Why else wouldn't they try to bury it? Especially when you have some of the cops even fucking egging it on, right, enabling it too. It's like, holy shit. The highest form of corruption there is. How can you trust the police force literally actively trying to help these people fuck you over? Fucking wild. Alright, here it is, the Rape Gang Inquiry. The Rape Gang Inquiry Report by Rupert Lowe. You can find it here. Right? Type in Rape Gang. But yeah, look at all these fucking pictures already. All the people who caused it. Oh, look at that. Looks like predominantly Middle Eastern motherfuckers. I guess that one person looks white. There's the one. There's the one white person, by the way. Compared to all the others. Oh, even Asmongold covered it. So, contents, acknowledgements, forward, introduction, executive summary, overview of crimes, victim testimony, whistleblower testimony, demographic and culture, the influence of Islam, homegrown enabling factors, impact on survivors, conclusion, recommendations, legislative response, all frontline response, next step. A concluding message from Rupert Lowe, MP, Rape Gang Inquiry. And then appendix. I'm guessing the appendix are the sources. Write all this. Acknowledgements. Every witness who volunteered their testimony, whether survivor, parent, whistleblower, politician, or expert, showed courage that made this inquiry possible. Their contributions have ensured that the truth is now a matter of permanent public record. Rupert Lowe, MP's energy and commitment ensured that the Rape Gang Inquiry took place. He has been unwavering in his devotion to make sure that this rotting stain on our country's history has remained firmly in the public eye. Deep gratitude is extended to the entire inquiry team, led by Sammy Woodhouse, Nat Enderby Shenton, Marlon West, Deborah Sudbury, and Julie Ballin. Ballin worked tirelessly to bring the evidence together and support every survivor. A special thank you is owed to MPs Esther McVeigh, Nick Timothy, and Carla Lockhart for taking the time to sit on the inquiry panel. Dr. Mark Dury has been extremely generous in enriching the report that follows with his expert knowledge. We are also grateful to the Downs, Joshua Firm, Harrison Pitt, and Graham Smith for their editorial oversight and counsel. Last but not least, we thank you. We thank the untold thousands across Britain who made all of this possible, donating to ensure that this inquiry could take place. Forward. Britain doesn't have a racism problem. It has an immigration. Yep. Yeah, it just says it. Yeah, just say it straight up. Yeah, true. Rupert Lowe. As is the case with many decent, hardworking Britons, I was unaware of the sheer scale of the evil that has been and continues to be perpetrated by chiefly Pakistani Muslim men against vulnerable young white women and girls in communities up and down our country. But a single court transcript from such horrific case, amplified by Elon Musk early last year, set in motion a long overdue national reckoning on the matter that inspired over 20,000 British patriots to help fund our rape gang. What follows is a comprehensive report of its findings. It is essential that all related court documents are securely preserved, both for legal and historical reasons. Yeah, so that you don't get fucking corrupt people trying to fucking hide the hide the evidence. I am grateful to everyone on my team who has contributed to exposing this demonic chapter in British history, or Britain's history, a combination of the paralyzing fear of racism, accusations, scramble for votes from imported foreign subcultures meant that pure evil was allowed to metastasize. Now, that's what they're trying to do in California. Trying to get non-citizens to be able to vote. Is like, dude, what the fuck are you trying to get the fuck out of here, piece of shit. Nor is the horrendous ordeal over. The root cause was immigration, beginning with the British Nationality Act 1948 and escalating under Tony Blair from 1997 on. Believing proud nations to be responsible for the mid-20th century destruction of Europe, our post-war leaders embraced diversity and multiculturalism as the supposedly civilized alternative. This report establishes beyond any doubt that this open society obsession has in fact enabled untold barbarism of its own. Oil and water do not mix, and cultural differences going back centuries are the genesis of the problem. I urge all Britons to read this report in full. Lessons need to be learned, and prosecutions need to follow for the appalling cowardice of those responsible for refusing to resist such. The strongest possible penalties up to and including death must also be sought for those yet to be properly punished, or indeed punished at all of their vile, unspeakable crimes. Yeah, and you should also get the corrupt police officers who fucking enable that shit too, and put them in fucking slammer too, or put them to death too, because they're just as fucking horrendous as those people do actual rape. The world is a dangerous place to live, not because of the people who are evil, but because of the people who don't do anything about it. Damn. Albert Einstein. Man is the cruelest animal. Frederick Nietzsche. Yeah, pretty much. Introduction. The Rape Gang Inquiry has now concluded the first phase of its work. It has established to examine one of the most horrendous scandals in the long history of our country, the systematic targeting of vulnerable girls, overwhelmingly white British, by predominantly Muslim Pakistani gangs across towns and cities up and down the nation. The evidence presented throughout the hearings confirmed what had long been known, but repeatedly denied by many in the political class. The inquiry welcomed girls, boys, men, all races and religions to testify to their experiences in a complete picture of the rape gang phenomenon. The Cassie report of 2025 stated that the disproportionate numbers of men from Asian ethnic backgrounds were among the suspects for group-based child sexual exploitation. Baroness Cassie quoted local reports showing that a significant proportion of those convicted were of Pakistani and or Muslim heritage. The crimes stretch back. The Rape Gang Inquiry was necessary because the state and its institutions have failed catastrophically over decades. Police, social services, schools, and the NHS, licensing authorities, and government allowed these gangs to operate with impunity. There was a demonstrable lack of political will to confront them. Yeah, because they were afraid to get fucking labeled racist. Bunch of fucking idiots. The Labour Party initially refused a public inquiry altogether. Only relenting under considerable pressure. It will be many years before this inquiry is complete, and there is no guarantee that it will be adequately addressed. That it will adequately address the politically sensitive, ethno-religious nature of the phenomenon. Despite now pushing for a inquiry in opposition, when in government, the Conservative Party did very little. The rape gang inquiry was survivor-led. Every day, the panel sat with Sammy Woodhouse, a survivor-turned-activist herself, alongside a variety of experts who attended whenever their specialist subject formed the focus of our efforts to get the truth. We examined distinct areas of the scandal in turn so that a maximally full picture could be established. Parents and carers described their experiences. Instances of pregnancy, abortion, and child born of rape were laid bare. Whistleblowers who had previously been ignored gave evidence. Policing and justice failures were documented. Social care, NHS services, including sexual health and mental health, education, taxi licensing, demographic trends, cultural and social issues, and ideological obstructions to justice were all scrutinized without restriction. Nothing was off the table. Misguided political correctness and cultural sensitivities played no part in the proceeding. The promise made to every donor was honored in full, the truth was pursued, and justice was our only objective. Survivors were finally given the platform they had been denied for so long and were central to the inquiry. The full scale and nature of the crimes can now be placed on the public record. The true horror of what took place is no longer hid. Although the inquiry lacked statutory powers, the response was overwhelming. Politicians, whistleblowers, experts, family members, and many others came forward. Those few in prominent positions who declined to give evidence did so knowing their refusal would be noted. This report sets out findings and make clear recommendations for how the problem of rape gangs can be eradicated. The country now knows the full truth. The country has been given the basis for justice. The country has the roadmap to ensure these crimes never happen again. The rape gang inquiry examined the systematic targeting of vulnerable girls, overwhelmingly white British, by predominantly Muslim Pakistani gangs across towns and cities throughout the United Kingdom. Evidence put to the inquiry confirms that the scandal constitutes one of the most horrendous failures in the history of the country. Organized if you think about it, this is like human trafficking because they didn't fucking report anything of it. They let it go. Right? This is like human trafficking. Organized networks of perpetrators built coordinated operations that transported victims between locations, supplied them with drugs and alcohol, recorded abuse for distribution and blackmail, and passed girls between multiple adult men. These crimes have been committed for decades since the 1950s. Oh, there you go. By Pakistanis in particular, and have affected every region of our nation. Sorry. The scale of the crimes committed is staggering. It has previously been established that at the very least 250,000 young white girls, order of a million, white girls have been subjected to repeated rape, gang rape, trafficking, torture, pregnancy, forced Islamic conversion, lifelong trauma. The true number is probably higher. Perpetrators bear primary responsibility, yet the institutional failures that enabled them for decades must also be confronted. In court records and official inquiries, around 87% of those convicted in these group-based child sexual exploitation cases bore distinctively Muslim names. The vast majority of men involved in these gangs were not convicted. Dr. Taj Harje, an imam with the Oxford Islamic Congregation believes the true proportion of gang members who are Muslim to be around 95%. Holy shit. That is wild. So basically, all the immigration they did, they allowed this to happen. Right? 95% of those guys who come from Muslim nations are gonna fucking cause a problem. This figure far exceeds the Muslim share of the overall United Kingdom population. The overwhelming majority of the rape gang network consisted entirely of men from Muslim backgrounds, predominantly of Pakistani heritage, although smaller groups from Somali, Iranian, Syrian, Turkish, and other Muslim origins were also probably Afghan. The inquiry heard harrowing testimony from survivors and their families. The method used to groom children typically followed the same process. Girls as young as 11 were initially befriended by a young Muslim man who then treated the young child like an adult and would then start providing them with alcohol, drugs, and cigarettes. So coercing them to do, right, to use substances they're not supposed to use because they're fucking minors still. So that's dangerous. After a few months, the girls would then be collected from school gates, care homes, streets, and taxis. They were taken to houses, flats, restaurants, and hotels where they were raped repeatedly by groups of men. Tortured, filmed for blackmail, and told they were white trash or kafar, who merited punishment. So they're being racist to white people because they're only targeting white people. Many became pregnant while still children. Some miscarried under trauma, others endured coerced abortions, and some gave birth to children who were later removed by the state. We found that the same unspeakable crimes occurred in at least 149 local authority districts. Holy fuck, that is fucking wild. Close to 40% of all such districts across the United Kingdom are United Kingdom. See page 14 for our full map. Oh, we'll see that soon. Survivors described daily rapes, red rooms of extreme torture, trafficking between cities, and institutional disbelief that compounded their sufferings. Some girls were even trafficked to the Middle East where they would endure Islamic marriage. The demographic and cultural drives are clear. Perpetrators from Pakistani Muslim and other Muslim backgrounds operated under an honor and shame-based clan code that treated non-Muslim girls, especially white working-class girls, as property available for sexual use. I wonder why. Oh yeah, that's right. Because the Middle East still views their women and children as fucking property and fucking sick in the head. That's why. Then you just allow a lot of these fucking people to come in and do this kind of shit. These include the doctrine of Muslim superiority, drawn from Quranic verses that position Muslims at the top with the duty to correct non-believers. Where do they get off on their high horse to start forcing people to be, right, to force people to read the Quran and shit and to follow the Quran? What the fuck? The gang members' justification for their crimes can be found in the Islamic principles of loyalty and disavowal, known as I'm not gonna read it. Can't even. It demands enmity towards non-Muslim, the superiority of men over women, forced marriage combined with the absence of any fixed minimum age of consent, the perception of female sexuality as inherently dangerous, a system of sex slavery that authorizes sexual relations with non-Muslim captives, and a religious-sanctioned social hierarchy that subjugates conquered non-Muslims. These elements filtered through clannish immigrant subcultures provided religious justification that enabled the systematic rape and even slaughter of white British. Basically, the tribalism of fucking right there Muslim religion. Even though not right, not all Muslims follow that fucked up doctrine that they've put out. Were Britain functioning effectively, these girls would have received considerable state protection. However, every one of our institutions failed them catastrophically. Police forces ignored repeated reports, criminalized victims. Yeah, basically they blamed the victims instead of blaming the fucking perpetrator who actually caused the crime. Yeah. Destroyed evidence and allowed known rapists to walk free on bail. Social care services undermine protective parents, place children in trafficking hubs and children's homes. Closed cases despite clear indicators of exploitation. Oh wow! So they basically just turned a blind eye to all the fucked up things they were right because they had the evidence. They just chose not to fucking enforce their laws and retaliated against the whistleblowers. The NHS recorded genital injuries, like multiple sexual transmitted infections in children as young as 13. That's pregnancies caused by rape and suicide attempts, yet discharged victims back to their abusers without safeguarding, referrals, or trauma care. So yeah, basically when they enabled it. Fucked up. Schools observed older men collecting girls at the gates, heard disclosures of rape on school premises, and responded by excluding victims. Wait, so you even had people raping people at schools. Holy shit. And they didn't even do anything. They just let it happen. Fuck. Premises and responded by excluding victims rather than protecting them. Well, they would rather protect the criminal and let them do their fucked up crime. This is why you need to all the police officers that enabled it and destroyed evidence and shit like that. Yeah, they need to go. They need to be put in the cage as well. Taxi licensing authorities renewed permits for drivers. Also the judges who turned a blind eye to make the rulings to put these fucking people. Fucking those guys go. Those guys gotta go too. Who formed the logistical backbone of the networks and collapsed in the face of organized protests when basic safety measures were proposed. Political failure lies at the heart of the scandal. Successive governments lacked the will to confront the ethnic and religious patterns. The Labour Party bears particular responsibility. It initially refused a public inquiry and only relented under pressure by ordering a process viewed with widespread skepticism. Yeah, that was literally after Musk was like, "Hey, you guys need to look into this." And then a lot of people were fucking talking about it. Hey, what the fuck? Why aren't you doing anything? And then they were like, "Fine, we'll finally do something about it." Well, too late on that one. Labour-dominated councils and MPs were briefed on the gangs long ago, yet later denied knowledge. The party prioritized electoral reliance on Muslim voting blocs, and then blocked or watered down inquiries, suppressed ethnicity data, and framed legitimate concerns as far-right agitation. That too. Yeah, the whole far-right agitation, really? Oh no, it's because they're talking they keep talking about far-right rhetoric. They're communists. They're fascists. Fuck. You literally have crime happening in your face, and you have to do some activism shit and blame the far right. It's like, and you guys are fucking retarded. I hope you all burn in hell. Fucking crimes you caused. When finally forced to act, the Labour government produced a national inquiry whose tightly drawn terms of reference deliberately excluded systematic examination of the demographic, cultural, and religious drivers. The Conservative Party, while in government, continued with Labour's approach and failed to impose mandatory ethnicity recording or launch a full statutory inquiry despite clear evidence from Rotherham, and elsewhere. Scottish political parties have refused a dedicated inquiry and failed to record offender ethnicity. Political correctness, fear of accusations of racism, and fear of losing electoral support from certain demographics have taken precedence over the protection of British children. Whistleblowers, parents, and survivors who came forward showed extraordinary courage despite having been met in the past with disbelief and intimidation. Yeah, they were trying to intimidate the victims by not coming forward again and then blaming the victims that they were the cause of everything. Fucking great. The perpetrators operated with impunity because the state enabled them. The evidence now demands immediate and decisive action to eradicate the problem, deliver justice for the victims, and ensure these abhorrent crimes are eradicated from our shores. We now have a clearer sense of the problem. There are a number of measures necessary to resolve them, up to and including considerable changes to our criminal justice system. The passage of legislation aimed at targeting specifically gang-based CSE, and a great amount of institutional overhaul. Our detailed list of recommendations includes improved data recording, a ethno-religious pattern among offenders, far stronger sentencing, a comprehensive deportation effort, institutional accountability measures, multi-agency coordination, specialist training, enhanced safeguards through greater family involvement, and closing the various gaps in British law through which so many victims fell. Following the publication of this report, we intend to release the full witness testimonies, gather additional survivor accounts, identify those responsible in Parliament, and begin civil and private legal actions to ensure maximal accountability. Overview of the crimes. Rape gangs have exploited children systematically across every region of the United Kingdom for decades. The independent chair of the Center of Excellence for Children's Care and Protection, Alexis J., has identified the 1970s as the decade when immigrant rape gangs first began tormenting the girls of Britain. However, the British newspaper archive reveals that the first recorded case of specifically Pakistani rape gangs dates back to 1955, when 4 Bradford-based Pakistanis were charged with raping a 15-year-old girl from Middlesbrough. This was soon after former colonial subjects from the subcontinent as much as the Caribbean became eligible to enter the so right when they lifted the restrictions, right? You had a bunch of these immigrants come in and cause some problems. Entered the United Kingdom in non-trivial numbers under the British Nationality Act of 1948. What began as singular and small-scale instances became systematic and industrial over time. These horrific crimes have also escalated in recent decades, especially following Tony Blair's 1997 victory and the start of an orchestrated mass immigration. With greater numbers came greater opportunities. Perpetrators built organized networks that transported victims between towns and cities and passed girls between multiple adult men. So racketeering, right? You could say this is like RICO case. But I don't think in British land I don't know if they have per se RICO laws, but they probably have something similar. In each of these areas of the same tactics were used. Girls as young as 11 were targeted with gifts, alcohol, and drugs, collected in taxis from school gates, care homes, and streets, and taken to houses, flats, restaurants, and hotels, and then raped repeatedly by groups of men, passed between perpetrators, trafficked across county lines, and in many cases impregnated or forced into abortion. Most victims endured the violence, were filmed for blackmail, or told they were white trash or kafir, who deserved punishment. The authorities at every level, including the police, social services, health services, schools, licensing bodies, and politicians, knew the patterns, possessed the intelligence, and still failed to protect the country's children. The evidence establishes that a national scandal of repeated rape, trafficking, torture, pregnancy, forced Islamic conversion, and lifelong trauma enabled by institutional denial, political calculation, and fear of the accusation of racism took place over decades. The incidents of criminal activities listed in this report are drawn from court records, official and unofficial inquiries across the country, and witness testimony provided to the inquiry. They confirmed that this was never a series of isolated local failures. It was a coordinated nationwide pattern of organized child sexual exploitation that repeated in town after town, city after city, from the far north to the south coast. The same ethnic and religious profile of the perpetrators was documented throughout almost all of the witnesses contacted inquiry. The scale of the rape gang phenomenon is endemic across the entirety of Britain. The 250,000 figure originates directly from a statement in the House of Lords by Lord Pearson of Rannoch on 14th of May 2019. Do the government accept that if we extrapolate nationally, the J report on Rotherham, and other reports from Telford and Oxford, there appear to have been upwards of 250,000 young white girls raped in this century, very largely by Muslim men, usually several times a day for years. He added that this number is probably an underestimate. Yeah, it's you could probably say survivorship bias, right? Because right, there's probably some instances that they fucking didn't tell anybody and hid, right? Because they were trying to hide it they were trying to hide it a lot. This extrapolation now has greater support due to further data that has been collected derived from scaling the patterns documented in their inquiry. Rotherham, J Report 2014. At least 1,400 girls abused between 1997 and 2013, with some updated estimates exceeding this. So yeah, they fudged the numbers on purposefully because they were fucking right. They were being corrupt and fucking with the evidence. Perpetrators were overwhelmingly Pakistani Muslim men. Telford Inquiry 2022. More than 1,000 children, predominantly girls, over decades again with the same perpetrator profile. Right, again, this number is probably fudged, right? It's probably a lot more than that. National footprint. The grooming gang model has been confirmed in dozens of towns and cities. Our independent inquiry, led by Rupert Lowe MP, has heard evidence demonstrating coordinated operations extending to all corners of the country in at least 149 local authority districts. See page 14 for the full. When the Rotherham-Telford scale is applied across the documented national distribution and multiplied by the extreme underreporting factor accepted by official review, the total reaches the 250,000 threshold as a bare minimum. So yeah, they say 250,000 are the bare minimum. But there's probably more cases that haven't been heard because they were trying to fucking hide that. We are far from grasping the full extent of grooming gang criminality in modern Britain. It is reasonable to assume that since sexual abuse of all kinds tends to be underreported, basically when this was happening, right? Epstein was running his human trafficking shit too, and this shit was happening. Why do you think he went all over the fucking world? This is also true of grooming gangs. The Independent has reported that almost 19,000 children were identified as sexual exploitation victims in England in 1 year alone. Despite the reluctance of state actors to name or tackle the problem of the rape gang, after decades of abuse, victims must number in the hundreds of thousands. The full scale is not yet known. Every major review has emphasized that recorded statistics severely understate reality. Baroness Casey, National Audit on Group-Based Child Sexual Exploitation and Abuse, June 2025. The audit explicitly states that the scale, nature, and characteristics of group-based child sexual exploitation remain impossible to quantify precisely due to inconsistent data collection and historical suppression. There, as you can see, they're saying, hey, you have corrupt officials trying to hide, corrupt officials, corrupt policemen hiding the evidence or destroying the evidence so no one can, charge these people for the crimes they've committed. Independent inquiry into child sexual abuse, IICSA, and multiple local inquiries, 2022 to 2025. It is simple, not possible, to know the scale because ethnicity, group offending, and historical cases routinely unrecorded or shelved to protect community cohesion. Sure, you mean protect the foreign invaders? Fucking losers. Overleaf is a heat map that portrays the various locations in which the inquiry can be sure the rape gangs operated. It is— oh shit. Oops. Accidentally clicked the link. Whoopsies. One more. Here. Gangs operate. It is likely that the true extent is far worse. Oh yeah. So if we click this, this goes to the Independent. Grooming epidemic at most. So this is this article. And they even have pictures of the people who perpetrated their fucked up crime. Rape gangs have operated in at least 149 local authority districts across the United Kingdom. So suspected, confirmed. So you even have some in is this Ireland? Yeah, this is Ireland. So if we take a look at this map right here. So we have... Oh man, that's in the Dublin area. Yeah, okay. So this is like the Dublin area of Ireland. And then we have Glasgow up top here. You have the coastal places, small islands and the coastal places. Then you have this little small yeah. You have some in Aberdeen right here. This is Aberdeen probably. And then you have you have some below Aberdeen, right, this area. And then you have some in the city of Glasgow. I don't know what that's. And then you go to the border, right here, that Liverpool. Man, this is fucking wild, man. This whole place is England. You have some in Wales. It looks like you have some in Plymouth, Exeter, maybe Portsmouth, but it's on that small island. You have some in Thames, have some in London, have some in Dover. This is the whole bottom half is like fucking red, man. Like, holy shit. Like, if you move these to down here, dude, this whole fucking thing is like basically fucking bad. The scale, the tactics, the perpetrator profile, and the systematic inaction were almost always identical elsewhere. Britain did not face dozens of separate local scandals. It faced one national scandal that the state allowed to grow for decades. Let it fester. Fucking plague, dude. Oh shit, Google has some... Oh, is it because they're like siphoning people's data or something? Yeah, that's... London. London stands exposed as the epicenter of institutional denial in the grooming gang scandal. While northern towns faced public inquiries after the truth emerged, the capital maintained a wall of silence for years. The mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, yeah, that fucking faggot, I'm sorry, excuse my language, has repeatedly insisted that there were no grooming gangs operating in the city, Yeah, well, this map tells otherwise. Because it's in fucking London. Has repeatedly insisted there were no grooming gangs operating in the city, as our inquiry heard from Susan Hall, leader of the Conservatives in the London Assembly. The rape gang phenomenon is in fact endemic within the capital. After challenging Khan... you even have people outside doing public indecency and having sex on the fucking... on the streets and shit. What? And then people pissing all over the fucking place outside. Is like, fuck them. After challenging Khan about the presence of such gangs in London, Hall has inundated with calls from women and girls purporting to be victims of their predation. Khan describes evidence from whistleblowers as malicious and See? This is the issue. When you have this fucking piece of shit enabling it and just blowing off the victims, being like, no, they're not real. You're posing false evidence. You're posing false claims. Surprise, you're a fucked up person, huh? I hope you burn in hell for your fucking transgression. He told the London Assembly that the problem was far more complex than in other parts of the country, and that young people were being exploited through county lines rather than organized groups. You're a lying fucking piece of shit. You know these are organized. Right? These people are running trains on your fucking own, right? On your own constituents, and then you're like, oh no, you guys are lying. Holy fuck, man. Organized group-based child sexual exploitation. These statements were made despite the Metropolitan Police holding reports of young girls being plied with alcohol and drugs, then raped by groups of men in hotels and other locations across the capital. A Daily Express investigation revealed that Khan had direct access to HM Inspectorate of Constabulary documents detailing exactly these patterns of offending. Oh, so he was actually given reports, but he still blew them off. Nice. So he's one of those people who are who's blinded by who won't see reality. A blind fucking senile fuckhead. He read the files that continue to deny the existence of grooming gangs in public. Jeddah Home Secretary Chris Phillip MP has accused Khan of facilitating a cover-up. I mean, yeah. Especially when you say shit like that and blaming the victims. It's like, what the fuck? Cover-up, and other politicians stated that both the mayor and the Metropolitan Police have been denying grooming gangs in London. Campaigners, including whistleblowers, well, they're more inclined to get people who are just saying some shit on social media and then putting them in jail. Instead of actually putting, like, horrific crimes and abuse and assault and shit like this. Like, dude, man, your priorities are all fucked up, huh? Whistleblower Maggie Oliver and Chris Wilde described the capital as the last bastion of denial and warned the scale of abuse there was more catastrophic than elsewhere than anywhere else in the country. So yeah, Mayor of London. So you can see, right? You can see the articles where he fucking, right? He tried to denounce the shit, right? So if you want to read those articles, well, we're gonna move on. I'm not gonna read the article because those are just sources that they're those are just sources they're using to say, hey, yeah, this did happen. They're lying about it. Than anywhere else in the country. The evidence now emerging confirms their warnings. In October 2025, the Metropolitan Police announced a review of 9,000 child sexual exploitation cases. The National Crime Agency launched Operation Beacon Report to examine thousands more files nationwide after initial assessment found human errors, missed lines of inquiry, and cases wrongly dropped. London forms a significant part of this backlog. A former Metropolitan Police detective has described industrial-scale child prostitution and grooming in the capital, because they're doing human trafficking. They're doing illegal activities. Right? Fucking criminal organization doing a big fucking human trafficking scheme right in your own country. But the authority is aware, but opting for inaction due to a mixture of incompetence, laziness, and corruption. That's a good one. The big one being corruption. London has the largest Muslim population in Britain. Khan relies on significant electoral support from those communities because he's a terrorist sympathizer, fucking piece of shit. As well as having an ethno-religious motive to protect the public reputation of Pakistani Muslims in particular. Widespread acknowledgement of organized networks of predominantly Pakistani Muslim men targeting vulnerable white girls would have shattered the narrative of community cohesion and successive London administration, none more than Khans have promoted. As for others in authority, fear of being labeled racist paralyzed the Metropolitan Police and City Hall in the same way it did in Rotherham and Rochdale. Before them, one anonymous whistleblower told us that boys as well as girls are an especially vulnerable target for criminal gangs, typically Albanian, Somali, or Turkish, operating in the capital. Yet the relevant bodies still refuse to collect data on ethnicity, willfully rendering themselves blind to the very behavioral patterns that are supposed to aid law enforcement in its pursuit of justice. Right? Police don't want to be fucking... Right? They don't want to do what they have to do. It's like the pattern is there. You cannot... You literally cannot stop that from happening because it's a fucking... They're from a different goddamn continent. And they're causing this problem because they have a different constitution and they view their... right? They have a religious doctrine to follow because they're all fucked in the head. They view women as fucking objects. It's like, why would you bring these people over? Stop it! The Metropolitan Police reviewed the National Crime Agency operation. And if you are going to bring people from these fucking places, you better make goddamn sure they're not some fucked up person, right? You should be fucking, right? Don't you do your interviews and shit to make sure, right? Don't you do, checks, right? Don't you check their criminal record if they have one? Check for any criminal records. Holy fuck, man. Metropolitan Police reviewed the National Crime Agency operation, and the witness accounts pouring and proved that group-based child sexual exploitation has thrived in our capital city. This inquiry records the failure without reservation. Khan and the senior leadership of the Metropolitan Police must answer for their role in this scandal. Until the capital confronts the truth with the same rigor now demanded. Elsewhere, the children of London remain at risk and the state remains complicit. Alright, here we go. First victim testimony. Alright, from here on out, it's gonna get real. It's gonna get real fucking... It's gonna get real... We're about to read some fucked up shit. There are thousands of survivors who could have provided evidence to our inquiry team. Below is a summary of some of the testimony provided by our brave witnesses who spoke at the inquiry here. Some of the witnesses have to remain anonymous for their own safety. That's fine. Some of them were real fucking young. They were minors at the time this shit. Alright, here we go. Chloe. I'm guessing this is a pseudonym that they're using. Throughout her early childhood, Chloe was popular at school, performed well academically, and enjoyed an active social life. Although her parents separated when she was young, she described her early upbringing as relatively stable. Following the separation, full custody of Chloe and her older brother was awarded to their father, despite his alcoholism. Yeah, that's crazy. Her mother, on the other hand, was often absent from her life and became homeless following their separation. So, a dysfunctional family. Chloe recalls a generally secure and supportive home environment under the care of her father. However, following his sudden death just before her 10th birthday, she moved in with her mother and her mother's new husband, a man she described as a pedophile, by whom she was sexually abused. Oosh. Chloe's mother caught her husband assaulting Chloe on many occasions, but did little to stop it. What the fuck that? On one occasion, Chloe's mother caught her husband. Right, these are one of these people that shouldn't have kids because they're fucked in the head. But they did have a kid, and then they did victimize their kid and put their kid through fucking horrendous shit. Chloe's mother caught her husband in the shower with Chloe, and instead of intervening, she closed the door and walked out. At this time, Chloe was 10 years old. What the fuck? The abuse soon escalated to rape. Chloe's stepfather supplied her with alcohol and cigarettes to keep her quiet, and she began smoking cannabis. Around the same time, Chloe started fronting and spending time in the local town center with a friend unsupervised. She described groups of Muslim men, primarily Pakistanis, aged 20 to over 50, showing them attention, including wolf whistling, you mean catcalling, and buying them alcohol. Many were taxi drivers who would take the girls into their cars and drive them around the town. At this stage, there was no sexual abuse, and although the men's behavior was clearly inappropriate, Chloe and her friend, then in their final year primary school, enjoyed being treated. Like adults, the grooming soon intensified. The provision of alcohol and takeaways was accompanied by emotional manipulation with the men, many of whom were related to one another, presenting themselves as sympathetic friends to Chloe. Chloe described this process as them mapping out, are you a vulnerable person? Physical contact, including kisses and massages, became increasingly common. Meanwhile, the abuse by her stepfather at home worsened, and her mother was all but absent as a guardian. At the time, Chloe had an aunt and uncle who lived nearby, and she often sought refuge with them. She had spent holidays with them during her earlier childhood and felt that she could trust them. On one occasion, she had visited them while fronting, before returning home and spending the day there while her mother and stepfather were at work. To Chloe's surprise, her uncle arrived at her house unannounced an hour later, and she invited him inside. After a brief conversation, Chloe's uncle sexually assaulted her. Holy f***. Even the uncle was doing it. Chloe resisted, and he relented and left. She told her mother about the assault. Oh man, like the mother's gonna. She's already let them abuse. Oh, the what? What? She reported it to the police, but wouldn't report the husband? Like, what the fuck? And then the police accused Chloe of lying. Oh, okay. Oy, oy, oy. And no further action was taken. Until this incident, she had regarded her uncle as one of the best people in her life. Afterwards, there were no adults left that Chloe could confide in or seek support from. Increasingly isolated, she became more deeply involved with the groups of Muslim men she encountered in the town center. One evening, Chloe's friend suggested that they travel to a nearby town where one of the men had a hotel room. They were picked up by the man, who was drunk and under the influence of drugs, and taken to the hotel. When they arrived, hotel staff saw them but did not intervene. In the room, the girls were given a potent strain of cannabis, which left Chloe, then 11, absolutely smashed. Chloe's friend was taken into another room by a group of men, and Chloe was groped by the man who remained. Chloe resisted, and he hit her. The man did not attempt to sexually assault her again, and instead threw the girls, both of whom were still intoxicated, out of the hotel and refused to drive them back to their hometown. They were forced to walk. It was around midnight. Chloe did not want to go back to her home as she feared her mother would beat her for being out late, so stayed with her friend. In the early hours of the morning, Chloe was collected from her friend's house by the police after her mother reported her missing. Chloe lied to the police and her mother about where she had been. Chloe's mother grounded her for a month, meaning she was stuck at home with her predatory stepfather, a period she describes as torture. After the month passed, Chloe arranged to see her friend, who boasted that she had a new boyfriend. Chloe left the house to meet her, and the girls were picked up by the boyfriend, who was in fact 25-year-old Indian man. Oh, jeez. Here we go. Here's the Indian part. Initially, Chloe thought the man was nice, kosher, and the other men, yeah, that's just a superficial image that they put up, so horrible things to you. Then the other men, she had met in the town center. He took Chloe and her friend to a shop where he purchased a bottle of vodka before picking up one of his friends and taking the girls to a secluded location. During the journey, the men began pressuring the girls for sex. Chloe refused, stating that she was on her period, but the men replied that it did not matter. Night was falling when they arrived, and the boyfriend took Chloe's friend out of the car, leaving Chloe alone with the other man. He proceeded to rape her on the back seats. The incident took place in 2003. In 2022, Chloe took the two men to court, but neither were found guilty. From the moment, Chloe's life spiraled. At 12 years old, she began drinking heavily, smoking large amount of cannabis, and taking hard drugs including ecstasy. Anything to block it out of her mind. She would drink before school just to get through the day, and her attendance dropped significantly. She and her friend would spend school hours in the town center walking around until somebody picked them up in a car someday, bought them alcohol, or someday gave them drugs. There were times when Chloe would be missing for up to 3 days, during which time she was passed between taxis, drugged, abused, and raped. In every case, the perpetrators were Muslims and primarily Pakistani. Well, and then that one Indian. On one occasion, Chloe was abducted by an abuser who was driving drunk and taken to a graveyard. He gave Chloe, still 12 years old, whiskey before forcing himself on her and raping her. He withdrew before ejaculation and forced the empty whiskey bottle into Chloe's vagina. Jesus fuck. Where it shattered. Oh! Chloe admitted herself to A&E, but no questions were asked about how she had sustained such an injury. That is. She was examined, the glass was removed, and she was discharged. Chloe was questioned by police due to her absence on a number of occasions. Each time she was asked where she had been, who she had been with, and what she had been doing. Replied that she had been having sex with adult males in cars. Rather than opening an investigation and pursuing her abusers, the police dismissed Chloe as a prostitute. Obviously. Because they were already fucking, right? They're already not going to help her to begin with. They asked her whether she was consenting to the sexual activity, and despite Chloe telling them that she did not know the definition of the word consent, they reported that she had been. Wow, that's fucking wild. Even fucking say. Those cops are corrupt police. The police found Chloe as well as other missing children in cars with the gang members on multiple occasions, but let the gang members go without so much as questioning them. I wonder why. On one occasion, Chloe was in the town center and was identified as a missing child by a police officer who questioned where she had been. Chloe told this police officer about the full extent of the abuse, and the response of the police officer was that nothing could be done, and Chloe was let go. as usual. In response to her truancy and deteriorating behavior, the school regularly placed Chloe in isolation and compelled her to attend additional after-school classes every day. This did little to improve her emotional state, and she continued to spend time with her friend and her friend's boyfriend. This went on for a number of years. The boyfriend would supply the girls with alcohol and drugs, as well as introducing them to his friends, who were exclusively South Asian men. On one occasion, he took the girls to his place of work, a textile factory, where he raped Chloe. Following this incident, Chloe stopped spending time with the friend who, up until this point, had accompanied her throughout her exploitation. That's fucking wild. Why would you? By the time Chloe had become so accustomed to her lifestyle of spending time with the Muslim gangs, that she continued to do so without her friend. On one occasion, following another late return home, her mother grounded her for 2 months, fearing further abuse from her stepfather. Chloe walked to a nearby social service office while her mother was at work and reported him. Chloe was interviewed by the social worker about the abuse, after which her mother and stepfather were arrested and questioned. Both denied that the abuse was taking place and was released without charge. Chloe made further appeals to social services and eventually removed from the house and placed in foster care. She lived with a couple who cared for several other foster children and thought she found them snobby and judgmental. Found some semblance of stability with them, but it did not last long. She was still living in the same town, so when she went into the town center, as she often did, both alone and with the foster care, the Muslim gangs would recognize and target her. She remained at the same school, and because she now lived further away, the foster carers paid for taxis to take her there. He would ask the taxi drivers to drop her near the school, and rather than attending, would walk to one of the neighborhoods where the Muslim gangs spent their time. Yeah, so instead of going to school, she would rather get abused and assaulted. The gangs would take her into their taxis, supply her drugs and alcohol, and sexually abuse her. Around the age of 13, Chloe disclosed to social services that she was being sexually abused by gangs of Muslim men. In response, the social services did not intervene, but rather talked to Chloe about contraceptions and sexual health. Yeah, instead of cutting off the actual problem, they're supplying her with drugs to help minimalize the issue right now. One social worker started regularly taking Chloe to a sexual health clinic, where she was diagnosed with a chlamydia in her throat and vagina, gonorrhea, genital warts, and pelvic inflammatory disease. Neither of the social workers nor the clinic staff questioned or reported this. That is wild. Right, all of these things that happen, they're sexually transmitted diseases. Right, so the fact that the social care workers did nothing is like, you guys are complicit in fucking... Same with the police. They allowed it and enabled the fucking... Right, the abuse and crime to happen over and over again. Did nothing. The police were aware of Chloe's activities, but instead of targeting those responsible for her abuse, they routinely failed to question them, let alone pursue further action when Chloe was found in cars and houses with them. Chloe was soon moved to a different foster placement with a far more protective care. On one occasion, a gang came to the foster home searching for Chloe, and the carer fought them in the street to protect her. Around the time Chloe turned 14, a social worker approached her about her ongoing sexual exploitation. This was one of the first times this had happened, and Chloe was relieved that her abuse was finally being addressed. However, rather than offering a solution, the social worker instead told Chloe that the producers of Emmerdale were looking for a young actress to play a victim of child sex. Jesus fuck. And asked whether she would be interested in auditioning for the role given her experience. What a fucking gross-ass motherfucker. Following this exchange, Chloe, upset, angry, and in a state of disbelief, ran away from the foster home. and after being abducted by a Muslim gang was missing for 6 months. Not kidding. Over this period, she was trafficked across the length and breadth of Britain. She was taken to house after house and raped and abused by guy after guy after guy after guy. The men who abused her paid money to the gang, which treated her as little more than a commodity. She was reported missing and her photograph was shown on TV. Her abusers remarked on this, you're that girl off the TV that's missing." But her whereabouts were never reported to the police. Chloe described a cycle of grooming, rape, and drug and alcohol abuse. This went on until eventually she was located by the police. When the police found her, she was in a car with a South Asian Muslim man. The man was let go without charge. That is why. And she was returned to her mother's house. What? Instead of stopping the problem, they just kept allowing the problem to fester. Yikes. Chloe's relationship with her mother had completely broken down by this point, so she continued to run away and her physiological state deteriorated further, following another period of grooming and sexual exploitation by a Muslim gang. Chloe was taken into police custody and transported to a secure unit at a children's home. She describes the home as being like a prison. Every aspect of her life was controlled and surveilled, and she was routinely subjected to bodily examinations, including full cavity searches. Chloe found the experience highly traumatic. She remained there for 9 months, by which time she was almost 15. Social services determined that she was well enough to be released, and she was placed in foster care for not far from where she had been living before. Chloe describes the new carers as a positive, encouraging presence in her life, and in spite of her proximity to the sites of her abuse and exploitation, Chloe found stability and security living with them. She enrolled in a full-time hairdressing and beauty course at a nearby college, and for the next 2 years, Chloe described her life as fantastic. As Chloe approached her 18th birthday, social services notified her that the foster care would soon end. They identified a house for her, and after parting ways with her carer, she moved in and got a retail job to support herself. Despite having little experience taking care of herself, Chloe's life remained generally stable through this period. Eventually, Chloe reestablished contact with a friend whom she had been abused with as a young child. He invited her over to her house, and when she arrived, she was, oh no, there it goes. All of whom remembered Chloe from past abuse. Yeah, that's why you don't, I don't know why she didn't have called her over. Immediately, Chloe's life was thrown back into chaos. The men refused to leave, and in Chloe's words, it was no longer my quiet little house. It was their house. They smashed windows, kicked in doors, left the house an absolute wreck, and sexually abused Chloe. One of the men, a previous abuser, pinned her down, pulled his trouser down, and sat on her face, orally raping her on her own sofa as the rest of the gang watched. Chloe returned to drugs and alcohol to cope. Though she was still working in retail, her ability to work was rapidly declining. During one shift, one of her colleagues, someone was friends with, jokingly pinched her bottom. Chloe, traumatized by the years of abuse, punched him in the face in the middle of the shop. She was brought before management and tried to argue her case, but was fired. Left with no income, Chloe spiraled further. The Muslim gang was still occupying her house, and which nowhere else to go, and no ability to remove them. She remained there with them. They routinely drugged, abused, and raped her, including with objects including soft drink cans, keys, and a baseball bat. Before long, they started to pay her bills to consolidate their presence in her home. On a number of occasions, they brought young children into Chloe's house to abuse them. Jesus fuck. Chloe recalls a number of occasions when boys under the age of 18 from the Muslim community were pressured and bullied by their older friends and relatives into raping her. Chloe was forced to commit crimes including insurance fraud and the holding of drugs. On one occasion, she contacted the police to report an assault that was taking place in her house, and when they arrived, Chloe was threatened with arrest rather than the gang members as the property was registered in her name, as usual. One evening, an associate of the gang from a neighboring town arrived at the house. A notorious sex trafficker, he soon began taking Chloe to bars and nightclubs in the surrounding area. There, he would spike her with heroin before handing her over to men who sexually assaulted her and raped her. Chloe became addicted to opiates, and her health deteriorated rapidly. She became anorexic, weighing just 5 stone weighing just 5 stone at that age of 18. The use of heroin was a method of controlling by the gang. As it left her with no ability to defend herself physically, her daily existence became a relentless cycle of rape, exploitation, and violence. Eventually, a social worker visited Chloe and was shocked by both her appearance and the condition in which she was living. Concerned for her welfare, she took Chloe to an addiction clinic, where tests revealed an extremely high concentration of opiates in her system. Chloe was prescribed medication to manage her opioid dependency and gradually weaned herself off the drug. Around this time, Chloe reconnected with a childhood friend, and their friendship soon developed into a romantic relationship. Her boyfriend became aware of the ongoing abuse with the help of his father, paid off Chloe's remaining rent, and moved her out of her squalid house. Chloe moved in with him, after which she got another job in retail. For a short period, Chloe's life was relatively stable. But due to her unresolved trauma, she soon returned to drinking heavily, smoking cannabis, and gambling. Her workplace was close to her first foster home, and before long she came back into contact with members of the gang that abused her at the time. The cycle of grooming, exploitation, and abuse soon resumed. Her relationship with her boyfriend broke down, and out of desperation, she re-established contact with her, who had left her a predatory husband, and soon moved back in with her. One night, Chloe was out with members of the gang and drinking heavily. Upon her return to her mother's house, her mother reported her to the police. The police arrested Chloe while she was changing into her pajamas, and she was taken to the police station drunk and half-naked. She was kept in a cell until 2 a.m. the following morning, at which point she was released. They did not provide her with any clothes or transportation back to her mother's house. She tried to contact her ex-boyfriend, but did not respond. Chloe, then 19, was left stranded. She wandered around the neighborhood for several hours before encountering a gang of members who had previously abused her. Cold and desperate, she got into his car and for the following weeks was trafficked across the country. Eventually, Chloe identified a new house to move into. Despite their dysfunctional relationship, her mother agreed to sign the rental agreement as Chloe's guarantor. As Chloe, then without income, knew she would not be able to afford the rent. After she moved in, she became aware of the fact that she was the only white British person in her neighborhood. Every other resident was South Asian. As a result, the gangs discovered where she was living and once again treated her house as if it was their own. The cycle of abuse continued, and Chloe's emotional state deteriorated significantly. Chloe was taken to the hospital after a suicide attempt, and while there, she discovered that she was pregnant. The father of the child, a Pakistani Muslim illegal migrant, moved into Chloe's home. Chloe was subsequently coerced into converting to Islam and forced into marriage, both to legitimize the pregnancy in the eyes of her abuser and to assist him in securing a visa. Let's see, visa fraud. That's what these illegal foreign invaders try to do. They tried to get a visa. They know, right? They know they're illegal. The only way that they can stay is they try and get a visa. So they try to, fucking prey on people. Chloe's behavior became tightly controlled. She was forced to wear a hijab. She was prohibited from looking out the windows of her home, and if she misbehaved in the eyes of her husband, he would beat her black and blue, something that happened every day. Chloe's child was born with multiple health problems, Yeah, because used and a lot of drugs and have effect on the child, including the defective kidney due to deteriorated condition of Chloe's womb as a result of the sexual abuse. Nevertheless, becoming a mother gave Chloe renewed determination to get her life back on track. She reported the father of her child to the police after he assaulted the child, and he was removed from the property. She stopped taking drugs. She was focused, and for the first time, the gangs left her alone. One evening, she went out with a friend who lived across the road. Chloe, now a mother, did not drink heavily, but her friend became heavily intoxicated. A group of Asian men started speaking to them and offered to take Chloe and her friend home. Chloe was suspicious of them, but for the sake of her friend agreed. Instead of taking them home, however, they were taken to a hospital. Goes again. Chloe was not drunk, protested, and encouraged her friend, who was paralytic, to leave with her. Chloe warned her friend about what she suspected was going to happen, but her friend refused to leave. Chloe, thinking of her daughter and seeking to protect herself, reluctantly left without her. The following day, Chloe's friend told Chloe that she had been raped by the men. You were just told not to do it. Okay. This incident represented a turning point in Chloe's life. She decided that she needed to leave her hometown for good and get as far away from these Asian men as possible. By chance, she reconnected with a man she had known in her early childhood, an old colleague of her mother, who she described as one of the only adults in my life who never harmed me or treated me badly. Yeah. You said the same thing about your uncle, but then your uncle... Okay. She told him about everything she had been through and her desire to leave. He lived in Scotland and she was invited to visit him for the weekend, which she did. After returning home, she sought support from Women's Aid, who managed to secure her a property in Scotland. With nothing but her daughter in a small bag, she left her hometown, leaving a lifetime of abuse and exploitation behind, and moved to Scotland, where she resides to this day. Chloe personally knows at least 20 other girls from her area who were predated on by the Muslim gangs who abused her. The pattern was always the same: grooming, drugging, trafficking, abuse, and... Furthermore, Chloe describes being taken into mosques, where imams would describe non-Muslims as infidels, and preached that white women who dressed inappropriately were free game. As you can see, disgusting behavior, using religion as a vehicle to do their fucked up things. Chloe believes that the local police, social services, NHS, and government were all fully aware of what was happening. Oh yeah. Including the radicalized nature of the crimes, but that they did not intervene for two reasons: because they could not be bothered with the paperwork, and because they did not want to be seen as racist. Chloe blames these bodies and their major push for diversity for her abuse. Chloe says that if I can save just even one more child, girl or boy, from going through any of this, I've done my job. That's the end of her. Inquiry panelist. Do you know how many men abused you over that period of, if you had to? Hundreds. Hundreds and hundreds. I mean, she was trafficked. Alright. Fiona. Fiona grew up in a highly abusive household marked by domestic violence, severe emotional abuse, and repeated suicide attempts by her mother, which Fiona witnessed. Despite exceptional academic ability, she developed serious mental health difficulties, self-harm behavior, and suicidal ideation from a young age, probably because of her mother. After escalating abuse and failed disclosures, Fiona entered care at the age of 13. She was placed in a children's home that had already been identified as high risk for sexual exploitation in a television documentary prior to her arrival. What the fuck? Why would you put her in there? What? Inadequate supervision meant she went missing repeatedly. At 13. Right, the issue is the system is actively putting these people in danger. Right, and at more risk. Because they don't do their fucking jobs properly. At 13, she was groomed by adult Pakistani men, whom she estimates were aged between 24 and 45. The grooming began with affection and alcohol, quickly progressing to rape, drug dependency, threats, and trafficking. Just like the last one. Care staff negligence was extreme. Well, yeah, the same with the other one. And the police, corruption too. Abusers would sit in cars outside waiting for the girls. Openly converse with staff and even phone the home to inquire about them. Yeah, that's suspicious. One care worker told Fiona's mother that her boss had described recording the men's car registration plates as above her pay grade. Huh? Warning that she would lose her job if she did so. Fiona believes the staff were aware of what was happening, but felt powerless to stop it rather than being actively complicit. No, I think they were complicit. Nevertheless, the children's home received 5,000 British pounds per week to care for her and failed miserably. Fiona suspects the management avoided proper investigation for fear of being labeled racist. Only the police took any formal action, issuing harboring notices to the men, official warnings stating they had no permission to associate with, contact, or house a vulnerable child. However, no further action followed. When Fiona's mother called the police to report her daughter missing and mentioned a history of abuse by Asian men, the call handler told her, "You can't describe them as Asian men because that's racist." Ay ay ay. The call handler told her, "You should just be glad your child is being taught a different culture of abusing her, of trying to rape her." Like, what? I'm sorry. Whoever's talking to this mother should be put in jail. On one occasion, a police officer returned Fiona to the house where the abuse was occurring and told the men to have fun with her. Oh, aren't you enabling the fucked up culture, huh? On another occasion, police instructed the abusers that if they could persuade Fiona to sign herself out of care, the police would stop bothering them. Wow, you're actively trying to help them do criminal activity. Holy fuck, the police are so complicit in that. Ay, ay, ay. The gang then tried to convince her to do so, intending to traffic her to Kashmir. She was only prevented from leaving the country because she did not have a passport. Between 2008 and 2012, Fiona was repeatedly raped by multiple men connected to the organized grooming networks. She was often kept in a house known as a party house. Illegal activity. Bunch of it. Where between 10 and 20 men would attend at one time. On one occasion, she was encouraged to bring her friends because the owner had relatives visiting from Birmingham to celebrate Eid, and expected girls to be there. Within the house, the girls were routinely referred to as white slags, while the men wanted Pakistani girls kept pure for marriage. So you did illegal activity to white people because you're fucking racist people, shit, huh? The gang reportedly discussed fears that the English Defense League would arrive armed, so they kept baseball bats for protection. They also allegedly spoke of attending EDL demonstrations with weapons. Fiona was not only trafficked and raped across multiple cities in the UK, but was also forced to traffic drugs. Drugs, intimidation, and violence were used to control her. She was made to clean up the knives from the scene of 2 fatal stabbings. She was present during a shootout. Her abusers bragged to her that they had hidden dead bodies in a certain location. A few days later, Fiona recalls the news reporting on a body being recovered from the same location that the abusers had disclosed to her. As a result, threats of violence carried enormous weight. At 14, Fiona was abused by a man known as Rambo. He had entered Britain illegally in the back of a lorry, previously castrated in Pakistan as punishment for child abuse. He had then fled to the Philippines, where he allegedly attacked multiple women and children with a large knife. The origin of his nickname, Rambo, was locked in a room with 2 girls and subjected them to extreme sexual torture. This case illustrated that in some instances, the sexual abuse of children was driven more by humiliation and control than by sexual. At 15, Fiona became pregnant while in a mixed-sex care home. Her son was later removed and adopted due to the ongoing exploitation risks. Yet Fiona herself was left in the same dangerous environment. The abuse continued into her adulthood. It only stopped when she turned 18, leaving her with profound physical and psychological trauma, including PTSD, substance dependency, and long-term health damage. Fiona states that the greater harm came not only from the abusers, but from institutional disbelief, neglect, and punishment that actively enabled the ongoing exploitation. In total, she estimates she was abused by between 50 and 100 men. Of those, only 2 were not Pakistani. Fiona, I was beaten regularly. I was drugged, filmed being raped, and the footage was distributed. I sustained broken bones, facial injuries, and severe trauma. I was subjected to racial abuse in the community and blamed by families of perpetrators. The rape gang inquiry. So that's another story. Here's our third story. Michelle was physically abused in childhood by both her mother and stepfather. Her mother had multiple partners throughout Michelle's childhood, many of whom also abused her, some sexually. She believes this early experience created an association between abuse and love, leaving her practically vulnerable. From the age of 13, she was groomed by 3 adult Pakistani brothers who supplied her with alcohol, cigarettes, and drugs. Oh, looking like a pattern. She was raped while intoxicated, including one occasion when she was taken upstairs while her sister tried to intervene. Because of her upbringing, she thought this was normal, that they were her boyfriends, that they loved her. She would go missing for extended periods and was subjected to repeated daily sexual abuse. Her perpetrators would collect her from school, her home, and public places using threats of violence to coerce and control her. At age 14, she was gang raped and beaten by 3 men who had locked her in a house. She was left covered in cuts and bruises, which alerted a friend. A friend told her own mother, who then contacted Michelle's mother. The police were called, but they claimed there was little they could do without more evidence. One of the gang members later forced Michelle to go to the police station with him to retract her statement. That's why. The police accepted him as her appropriate adult. That's fucking wild. You have this random stranger guy, and the police just let it happen. See, this is why the police are corrupt, especially UK police. A role normally reserved for a parent, close family members, social workers, or trained professional. The investigation was subsequently dropped. Yeah, that's suspicious and sketchy. I'm surprised this guy did not get fucking canned. One of Michelle, the police officer that did that. One of Michelle's friends, who lived in a care home, would be collected directly outside by the same gang. Care staff would call the police, but officers reportedly referred to the girls as prostitutes. See, right? The police are complicit in this criminal organization. They're just enabling the shit out of it. Despite them being children, both social services and the police, Michelle says, failed to understand the situation and believed the girls were engaging in the activity by choice. As a result, little was done to intervene. When she was abducted and went missing, no one came for looking for her. A social worker once told her that at age 14, she would be allowed to live with her 30-year-old boyfriend, as long as they did not share a room. What the fuck? Fuck, man, these people are gross. Michelle was raped in a bin shed, threatened with a knife, and forced into sex with multiple men waiting in cars. She was dragged, beaten, burned with cigarettes, locked in rooms, and passed between men. An amusement arcade was used as a front for drug dealing and sexual exploitation of children. She became pregnant 4 times as a child as a result of rape, leading to miscarriages, 1 abortion, and 1 surviving child. Of her abusers, she states 98% of them were Pakistani Muslim. If not, they were Iraqi Muslim or Kurdish. Michelle believes these gangs have remained untouchable because authorities feared being labeled racist. She described an extensive network of abusers operating across the entire country, calling it industrial in scale. It functions as a large central network with similar connected groups in specific localities. Michelle claims she was raped by between 600 and 700 different men over the course of 3 years. She now lives with severe PTSD and lifelong trauma, described both her childhood and her future as Inquiry panelists, what would you say the main issue was? I don't think that they cared much about it. They didn't want to open that can of worms because it's a religion thing. I'd probably say 98% of them were Pakistani Muslim, if not, they were Iraqi or Kurdish. Right? The 4th one. The 4th case. Whitney grew up in a vulnerable household. Her mother suffered from severe mental health issues and her father was absent from her. She was first groomed and sexually abused at the age of 15 by 2 adult Pakistani brothers. One of the brothers, Whitney recalls, acted as a boyfriend figure. Both brothers would regularly take her to a flat in always Birmingham, huh? That's what, 2, 3? It's like 2 cases already in Birmingham. Supply her with alcohol, in her words, and she would have sex with him. Their interactions with Whitney soon turned violent. They began beating her and on one occasion held a hot iron to her face. Whitney recalls that the brothers stopped contacting her after they arrived at her house to collect her and found all of her uncles sitting on the wall outside. After that incident, they never came back. She cannot remember exactly how or why her uncles were there, but she believes her mother had asked them to intervene. Many years later, Whitney's daughter began self-harming at age 11 and even attempted suicide. Her phone contained sexually explicit messages. Whitney's daughter told her there was a sex room at school run by the older boys. Jesus fuck. Even at school they can't run from it. Even schools are just enabling the fucked up shit to happen. They offered little support beyond talking through the problems. Run by older boys. Deeply concerned for her daughter, Whitney contacted social services. They offered little support beyond talking through the problems. In one instance, social services accidentally sent her 6 other children's case files instead of her daughter's, which left her deeply distrustful of their ability to help. Whitney's daughter was coerced into sending a sexual image, which was then circulated across multiple schools, the local community, and eventually the internet. This led to her receiving unwanted attention from adult men of various ethnicities and from multiple countries. From that point on, Whitney's daughter began going missing regularly. These disappearances were directly linked to sexual demands and exploitation by older boys and adult men. She was threatened with violence if she contacted the police and sometimes returned home with items of clothing missing. Whitney repeatedly reported her concerns to the police and social services, clearly stating that she believed her daughter was being sexually exploited. Police response were often delayed, statements were not taken, and investigations were closed without further action. As usual. Social services refused to relocate the family and downgraded the risk level. What? Downgraded the risk level and eventually closed the case despite ongoing exploitation. Whitney herself was blamed, and her own past was used to undermine her credibility as a parent. Her family received repeated threats, including warnings that their house would be burned down, faces would be slashed, and machetes would be used. Later, Whitney discovered that her daughter had been placed on a national referral mechanism as a trafficking victim, holy fuck, without her being informed. The NRM is the UK's official framework for identifying, referring, and supporting victims of human trafficking and modern slavery, and serve as a recognition by a designated professional that an individual is a potential victim of human trafficking or modern slavery. My daughter told me after a while that there was a sex room in the school. I told the school about it, but they completely shut it down and said she was... Yikes. As you can see, more and more institutions allowing the fucked up shit. Sally is the mother of a daughter who was found guilty. Sally is the mother of a daughter who was found guilty of 9 counts of perverting the course of justice for lying about being groomed by an Asian grooming gang, and sentenced to 8 years in prison. So they put her in jail instead of going after the ones that actually did the fucked up shit, huh? Despite this, Sally believes there is evidence to suggest her daughter was a genuine victim of the gangs. Sally described a previous stable working family life until housing instability and family stress coincided with changes in her daughter's behavior. The house the family were buying fell through, but they had already moved out of their family home and all their possessions were in storage. A family friend was able to rent them a part renovated property on a short-term basis, but it was not ideal for a family with 4 children. It was only meant to be temporary, but the family ended up staying there for 10 months. Her daughter began making up stories such as claiming her mother and stepdad were going away and leaving her to look after her 5-year-old brother at school. This resulted in school involvement in her family life. The stresses the household was under led to arguments that brought in both the police and social services. After leaving school at 16, Sally's daughter began working at a local pub. On one occasion, she was invited to a party. Sally received a call later that evening from one of her daughter's friends saying that her daughter was lying on the pavement outside the property. If Sally couldn't pick her up, they were going to take her to the bus stop and leave her there, as she was making too much noise. When her mother found her lying on the ground, she was making a horrendous wailing sound and kept saying not to touch her. Her mother recognized that something was seriously wrong and took her to the hospital. Sally's daughter told the nurse carrying out the examination that she had been sexually assaulted. The hospital notes recorded that her genitalia were swollen and red. The hospital reported the incident to the police. Sally's daughter then received threats via Snapchat, became scared about the outcome of the case, and withdrew from the process. Around the same time, social services closed their case on the family. Sally believes her daughter did not want to invite more trouble into that. It later emerged in court that they had all been smoking cannabis. Sally believes her daughter had participated and that something had happened to her, but she was found guilty of lying about being raped. Wow, that's great. Sally's daughter then began working as a kitchen assistant at a care home and a glass collector at a nightclub, in addition to her pub job. After turning 18, she was able to work behind the bar at the nightclub, where her behavior began to change. She would return home with cuts and bruises. On one occasion, she came back with a black eye and said there had been a fight in the nightclub and she had been hit accidentally. I don't know about that. That doesn't... Seems like you were getting abused. She appeared more tired and distressed than usual. Sally began to notice that her daughter's phone would ring regularly, with Asian men's names appearing on the screen. When asked about them, her daughter tried to hide the calls. The bar manager stopped her daughter from working on the main floor because she was small and they struggled to keep track of her. They also ensured that she was always paired with an older member of the staff, as the Asian men would harass her if she was working alone. One Asian man gifted her a gold chain. Yeah, I wouldn't take that. Sally's daughter began saying she wanted to move away from home. She had regularly traveled to a nearby town by train. Sally would pick her up and drop her off at the station, and she never appeared to have been drinking or using drugs. One day, Sally returned home to find her daughter had left with her possessions and was ignoring her calls. She had told work colleagues that she had moved because her stepfather was harming her, but this was not true, so she lied. After a few days of investigation, Sally managed to find where her daughter had moved to. When she arrived at the flat, she found her daughter with 2 police officers to whom she was reporting an allegation of rape. When her daughter handed her in her phone as evidence, the police found hundreds of messages from Asian men. They believed she was being groomed. She was later found guilty of lying about the rape, and she had reported. Again, as usual. Over the course of the following year, Sally reported her daughter missing 39 times. She would often turn up in various towns across the region, battered, bruised, intoxicated, or on drugs. She was usually without underwear and spent increasing amounts of time in hospital. One police force made a referral to the NRM, believing she was a victim of trafficking. Another police force repeatedly arrested her and seized her phone, which meant the referral agency could not contact her as her number kept changing. One incident involved Sally's daughter being locked in a room above an Indian restaurant, with a man refusing to let her leave. The police ignored it, believing she was lying. Another incident involved an Asian man following her, trying to grab her and take her away. Thankfully, she was with her sister and friends, who quickly put her in a taxi and sent her home. That same man was later arrested for breaking into a woman's house and sexually assaulting her while she slept. Nevertheless, the police still insisted Sally's daughter had been lying about the earlier incident. As you can see, the police don't give. They're actively enabling the crimes to happen. Right? It's almost like they're working with these gang organizations, right? The police believe she had a mental health condition and was deliberately self-harming and putting herself in dangerous situations. They wanted to have her sectioned, but a doctor disagreed, noting that she still had capacity. Another incident involved a different Asian man who refused to leave Sally's daughter's flat. Police told him to leave but asked no questions. He left behind a balaclava, the face mask. Yet the police showed no interest despite him carrying it while visiting a young woman. After her flat door was kicked down in yet another incident, while she was missing, she returned to her mother's home. Sally's daughter later explained that she had moved away to keep her family safe. She claimed she had been told that if she did not do as her abuser said, they would harm her brother, rape her sister, and firebomb the house. She had lied to her colleagues about her stepdad to avoid bringing repercussions on the family. She went missing again. The police stated that they believed she was making the whole thing up and injuring herself. So they charged her with perverting the course of justice. Part of her bail condition required her not to leave Sally's house. The following week, her daughter attempted suicide by overdose. She went missing one final time and was found in a field with injuries to her head and ear, severed finger, and numerous cuts and bruises. Following this, she wrote on a post on Facebook alleging that she had been a victim of grooming gang. The post went viral within half an hour, and the police arrested her, and she was sent to prison. Following her daughter's conviction, the family experienced sustained harassment and intimidation, particularly from one Muslim man. Sally reports repeated failures by the police to protect them. He believes her daughter was a vulnerable young woman who lied at times but was nevertheless good. So there you go. Police just not taking things serious. Don't get me wrong, she was lying about certain things because, right, they coerced her to do, or else they threatened her with death. or attacking her family members. Marlon. Marlon is the father of a daughter who was a repeated victim of grooming, as well as being repeatedly failed by authorities. Marlon reported his 14-year-old daughter Scarlett missing a number of times because she was being groomed and exploited. The police informed social services that what Marlon was doing was appropriate as he was acting to safeguard his daughter. However, social services did not accept the police's assessment and instead dragged out the investigation for 3 months. During that time, his daughter disclosed concerns to her school, which resulted in social services attending Marlon's home. While his daughter was present, they told him that if he tried to stop her from leaving the house, he would call social services or the police. What? Social services undermining his parental authority resulted in her missing episodes escalating dramatically. Yeah, sounds like it. Social services effectively gave her permission to go missing, and the case was then closed without meaningful intervention. That's fucking long. Yeah. I think this, the social services that they're doing, yeah, you build a new one, and you shit can all the people who are doing fucked up things. Marlon placed a formal complaint to social services stating that he was struggling to cope with his daughter's missing episodes. The social worker assigned to him following this openly stated to him that they were only taking the case because of his complaint. This made him feel like the problem rather than a parent concerned with safeguarding his daughter from abuse. On one occasion, Marlon stood in front of the door to prevent his daughter from leaving late at night, resulting in her repeatedly kicking him and breaking 3 of his fingers. He reported this to the social services, who simply stated that he should walk away when she becomes violent. Even after showing them the bruises on his back that he received as he walked away, they did not change the advice they gave. Marlon remains convinced that if his child were male and he was female, the response would have been different. Marlon would often spend his evenings driving in search of his daughter until 3 or 4 a.m., while having work the following day, which his employer was not supportive of. He often reported her missing to the police, who would sometimes turn up to his house many hours later. On one occasion, he saw footage of the police saying not to bother even waking him. This made him feel more like a problem rather than it being the safeguarding emergency that it was. Scarlett was unlawfully excluded from school due to grooming-related behavior and assigned a new school where the grooming gang operated. Oof. A multi-agency risk management meeting was eventually convened with children's services and police's missing from home team. While the meeting was ongoing, one of the police officers in attendance told Marlon to stop reporting his daughter missing. That's fucked up. Marlon challenged this, which resulted in the police officer shouting at him in front of all in the audience. The officer was since been dismissed. The social worker and manager present did not intervene, but privately acknowledged he was right to continue to report his daughter missing. They refused to launch a formal complaint against the officer. That's fucked. Yeah, if anything, all these people are trying to protect their own and do fucked up things. You fucking put these people in jail. Shortly after his daughter went missing for several days and was eventually found at Marlon's mother's house, unkempt, distressed, and stating that she had been raped. Care staff returned her to the location of the rape, thereby destroying forensic opportunities, and failed to report to the police until days later. Go. Causing more problems. Marlon had to make his own referral to the Rape Crisis Center, by which time forensic evidence was lost. The perpetrator was arrested but bailed with the condition not to contact Marlon's daughter. Immediately upon leaving the station, he called her and threatened her life. See? The police are complicit in this, right? They're doing it purposefully. He was an adult and drug dealer, and his associates soon began attending Marlon's home. His daughter was terrified of them. An older woman began to groom and manipulate Marlon's daughter under the guise of friendship. After another missing episode, Marlon was able to trace his daughter to a specific property. Despite repeated calls and reports of men entering the property, both police and social services failed to remove her on issue an abduction warning notice. His daughter was later found to be the victim of criminal exploitation, including drug supply, prostitution, and being forced to dig up a firearm. These acts were directed by the older woman amongst others. At this point, the impact on Marlon was catastrophic. He was physically exhausted, anxious, depressed, and lived in constant fear. He was attacked by masked individuals in his home, with the police response delayed and dismissed. Marlon's daughter was eventually taken into secure care, where she was subjected to further abuse, including sexual abuse by the staff and other children. See? They're complicit, right? Right? It's a big criminal organization, and they have, right, the government institutions helping them, right, facilitate this fucking bullshit. Staff and other children, neglect and safeguarding failures. Marlon made multiple complaints at a court hearing. Social services attempted to place his daughter on a child protective plan for emotional abuse and neglect by Marlon himself. So they tried to blame it on the father, even though there was even though that, yeah, that's not true. However, the judge intervened in order this to be amended to be recorded as beyond parental control. Marlon's daughter continued to be moved between unsuitable placements. She was groomed repeatedly, trafficked, forced into drug supply, and raped by adult men. She became pregnant as a result of rape. The handling of her termination by professionals was traumatic and negligent. Police later charged Scarlett with intent to supply Class A drugs despite her being a victim of trafficking. On the National Referral Mechanism, Scarlett was placed in a unit run entirely by male Muslim staff where she was groomed again. Racist abuse and extremist comments were made to her. Marlon again raised concerns which were ignored, as usual. Despite this repeated attempts to help his daughter, he was experienced many instances of violence from her as a result of the trauma and grooming. He has experienced many assaults, received black eyes, and had to sleep barricaded in his room. He repeatedly requested domestic abuse support, but was refused because he was a male parent. He has been forced to complete parenting courses and blamed for his daughter's abuse. The whole experience has harmed Marlon financially, emotionally, and physiologically. He states it has destroyed his life. He is no longer the person he used to be. Marlon's case highlights that parents can also be victims of both grooming networks as well as widespread institutional failure. If you would like to hear Marlon's story in a greater detail, it has recently published a book about his experience titled In Plain Sight. Oh, okay. He wrote the book In Plain Sight. Yeah, I heard about this. I didn't know who wrote it. But it was the father who went through the fucked up shit and had to let his daughter get screwed over many times over. And then they blamed him for it. Like, what the fuck? Marlon Scarlett went missing again for several days. When she was eventually found, she was unkept, distressed, and disclosed she had been raped. Shockingly, Edge of Care staff returned her to the location where she had been raped and failed to report the offense to police or duty social workers until days later. Lawless. Early childhood in Scotland was marked by poverty, instability, and a lack of consistent adult protection. His mother suffered from mental health and substance misuse problems. He struggled to comprehend the situation she put her son in and often failed to intervene, allowed Wallace's abuse to continue. Wallace's mother psychologically and emotionally abused him throughout his childhood. From a young age, adult men moved in and out of his life, and he was encouraged to refer to them as dad or uncle. This made it seem normal that adult men would be around him as a child. He was moved around many different home environments and learned to accept situations without question. His early experience made him believe that adults could never enter his personal space without consent. That fear should be tolerated and that he had no control. Wallace's earliest memory of abuse occurred when he was 4 or 5 years old. When an adult came into his bedroom at night and got into his bed with him. He could not identify who it was, but instinctively knew it was wrong. His main abusers were his mother's partner and the partner's brother, who both exercised authority over Wallace and were treated as trusted adults. They were connected to a biker group in the area. Not all members of the group were involved in the abuse, but a core group of men were. Wallace recalls being taken to a particular house where multiple men were present. It had a dark atmosphere lit by candles, possibly snake-shaped candle holders placed near the fireplace. The setting felt deliberate and staged. Multiple adults were sitting around watching him, which instinctively made him feel unsafe. He was led into a bedroom, restrained, and raped by an adult. So they ran a train on him. His mother's brothers spoke to him as if they had just happened was normal. Despite the considerable pain and emotional distress he felt, Wallace asked if he would receive a toy for what had happened. He did receive one, but it was cheap and insignificant. Even when he realized that there was no real compensation for what had happened to him, the same pattern of abuse occurred on multiple occasions. Wallace recalls seeing other boys and girls present who were usually restrained and drugged. He also recalls being drugged himself and losing consciousness. He would often wake up alone or with other abused children, disoriented and distressed. This has caused long-term psychological damage. At one point, the police raided the property. They took Wallace outside and showed him adults one by one, asking if he recognized them. He had been coached to say these men were his uncles, and that is what he said. He associated authority figures with fear and wanted to avoid saying that he believed might be the wrong thing. As a result, the police intervention did not protect him. No safeguards followed, and he returned to the abusive environment. Holy fuck. Literally in every instance of these cases, all of the police people who were taking on these cases were complicit and enabled the crime to happen. Fucking hell. The signs of abuse were there and only reinforced Wallace's view that speaking out would not lead to safety. As an adult, he eventually attempted to report what had happened to him, a disclosure which took years. He expected to be treated as a victim of serious childhood sexual abuse, but instead his disclosure was treated as a mental health issue. He was asked to provide psychiatric and medical notes before any proper investigation took place. The lack of seriousness from the authorities resulted in Wallace's statements being recorded improperly. Due to this experience, he made complaints to the police, to professional bodies, including the General Medical Council, and to other oversight organizations. Each process was slow, fragmented, and obstructive, and continued for years without resolution. During this time, he was forced to relive his experiences repeatedly while being met with skepticism. At no point was his well-being considered, which further compounded his trauma as he once again felt dismissed, disbelieved, and owing to Wallace's abuse, he was experienced long-term psychological harm. This harm has affected his education, relationships, sense of self-worth, and his ability to feel safe. He wishes for his abusers and the authorities who failed to act to be held to account, and for his story to help protect other children from similar harm. Another case. Burp. Oh, I fucking... Fuck. I was trying to get Pokemon. Sebastian. Sebastian was raised in Scotland in a stable household. Sebastian's mother held down a professional job, owned her home and car, and the family regularly went to holidays together despite this relatively secure background, which was not typical for abuse victims. Sebastian was raped and abused from the age of 6 by family members. Without Sebastian's mother's knowledge, these family members instilled in Sebastian the belief that to be safe, you had to give them what they wanted. This led Sebastian to develop a transactional view of interpersonal. At the age of 11, Sebastian was introduced by these abusive family members to a local cafe owner. The owner gave Sebastian free food, lifts in his car, and free cinema tickets to build trust and a sense of obligation, then use him. From there, they began prostituting Sebastian out to a number of people. These included seemingly respectable professionals such as estate agents, solicitors, care support workers for children, and even police officers. See? Right, they're all complicit. Even at boarding school, Sebastian was raped, assaulted, and groomed by staff and connected adults. With Sebastian's injuries often ignored by medical professionals, all of Sebastian's were white British. In adulthood and during the final years of the abuse, Sebastian became aware of the wider operation of the grooming network, both in a quiet rural area and in the city. At the age of 40, Sebastian was finally able to escape a cycle of abuse that had lasted for nearly 4 decades. Following years of abuse, Sebastian, born a biological female, transitioned to the opposite sex and now identifies as a trans man. Sebastian transitioned socially at 41 and medically at 48. However, when described the abuse experience as a child, it remains important for Sebastian to recognize that these events occurred while living as a girl and perceived as... This person decided to change their gender because of all the abuse that they... and domestic violence from other family members. Sebastian acknowledged that this transition was at least in part a consequence of the abuse experience. It feels safe and feels safer from further abuse when presenting as a man. Sebastian recognizes the profound impact trauma can have on a person, life, and beliefs, and believes that different people find different ways to cope. For some, that may mean choosing a particular career or relationship or making unhealthy choices by using substances or alcohol. For Sebastian, transition and finding peace in being Seb became the pathway to recovery. Sebastian describes healing from trauma as a form of transformation for Sebastian. That transformation has involved a change of personal identity and finding a sense of safety, never known while living as a female. Sebastian understands that others may not fully understand the paths people take to cope with trauma, but hopes that at the very least they will try to understand Sebastian now. Sebastian now advocates for other survivors with the aim of protecting vulnerable people and helping to develop local measures to prevent child abuse. Oh, that's nice. Oh, great. Add to cart button is... And dude, I hate these target drops now. These target drops are so fucking... Oh my god. I can't even... My browser? Fuck. Like how there's a fucking let me have it. I hate this. Dude, it won't add to cart. What a fucked up system they have. Ah. So unlucky. Yeah, ever since a Target like changed some shit in their backend, I barely able. Site keeps breaking because there's fucking fuck you, fucking Target, and all the fucking scalpers. Fuck you all burning now. I hope you get robbed. Scalping. Shit. That's fucking bullshit. No matter how many times I press the fucking add to cart, breaks. So stupid. As this, the whole, this started happening like, or their fucking website gets hammered and barely anybody could fucking add to cart. Okay, guess we'll move on. Anna was raised in... Maybe I should try. Alright. Anna was raised in a stable middle-class household with both parents present. She first experienced abuse at the age of 13 by a perpetrator who was almost 18, whom she met through friends. He began their interactions with what is known as love bombing. He complimented her, messaged her regularly, offered to buy her gifts and alcohol, requested photographs of her, and discussed meeting up. They arranged to meet at a local bus stop and go into town. At this last minute, he changed the plan and asked Anna to meet him at the end of the path in a nearby woodland. Upon arrival, his demeanor was cold and aggressive. He demanded that Anna perform oral sex on him and threatened to tell people she knew that she had sent him explicit photographs. and that they had already had sex. Feeling threatened and fearful, she complied. Unbeknownst to Anna, he had covertly recorded the incident. A few days later, multiple men added her on Snapchat and began mocking and taunting her. The perpetrator himself sent Anna the video, laughed, and told her he had shared it with his boys and brothers. Leaving her feeling humiliated, fearful, and traumatized, Anna reported the assault to the police, but despite explaining the coercion and threats, the case was closed with no investigation into the creation or distribution of child sexual abuse material. Police are complicit! Rumors spread rapidly among Anna's peers, and she was mocked and insulated in public. A year later, Anna encountered 3 Muslim brothers through a friend who was already being groomed and abused by them. They supplied her with alcohol and cigarettes in a public park and waited until she was heavily intoxicated before they began assaulting her. One of the brothers pulled her behind a tree and groped her chest despite her repeated refusals. When she tried to flee, he pushed her violently against the tree, causing her to hit her head and suffer a concussion. The grooming continued through threats to her family, intimidation, and verbal abuse, and cycles of affection, gifts, and coercion. Anna did not feel safe reporting the abuse to the police. On another occasion, she was again supplied with alcohol. One of the brothers grabbed her body violently, dug his fingernails into her, and yanked at her underwear repeatedly while laughing. Anna cried silently, feeling powerless to stop the assault. Afterwards, she tried to cut contact, but one of the brothers located her and banged on the door, shouting while she hid until he left. Out of fear, she complied with further demands to meet the brothers, resulting in more. There was a period of nearly 4 years before any trial was held, largely due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The perpetrators used this time to spread rumors portraying the abuse as consensual and to boast about the assaults. In the courtroom, the abuse and intimidation continued. They pulled faces, pointed and laughed at her, and made rude remarks about her appearance. This behavior was not addressed by the court, obviously. One of the brothers was convicted of sexual assault and has been taken into custody, shouted, Allahu Akbar, as usual. At the sentencing, the brother's sister shouted abuse at Anna, threatened her, and later breached her anonymity online. She blamed the jury, stating they were all white. She was eventually arrested and charged with malicious communication. Anna states there is a broader failure to confront the role of ethnicity and religion and cultural dynamics in organized sexual exploitation due to fear of accusations of rape. Anna, as he left the dock to be taken down to custody, I was literally verbally assaulted by his sister, who shouted Allahu Akbar. No. So even the families of the rape gangs are, right, allowing the bullshit to happen. Taylor was introduced at the age of 12 to older men through her friends, many of whom were adult Muslim men. They began by giving her lifts home from school, sometimes in black cabs and sometimes in their own cars. Taylor saw the men buying gifts for her friends and initially wished she could receive gifts too. I don't think you want to receive, because then they're gonna fucking blackmail. Always the gifts. On one occasion, instead of being taken to school, she was driven to one of the men's sisters' houses and taught how to cook Asian food. Her friends spent more time with the men, but because her parents expected her to come straight home after school, she had limited contact with them beyond the lifts. She notes that her friends were already doing adult things such as smoking, drinking, and going to clubs, whereas she still had a more childlike disposition. The dynamic continued for 3 years later. She turned 15. I'm sorry, what? You wanted... You wanted to when you were at the age of 12, you wanted to smoke, drink, and go to clubs. What? When the abuse began, she started going with her friends to a restaurant run by Muslim men to help with deliveries. This escalated when one of the men who worked there, 35-year-old Bangladesh man, kissed her, causing her to run away. The same man later raped her when she was 15. Because her friends were also being abused, Taylor believed it was normal and that the man was her boyfriend. However, when she walked in on him with one of her friends, she realized this was not the case. After this, her behavior changed dramatically. She began skipping school and drinking heavily. During a family incident that led to police being called, Taylor's father mentioned his suspicion that she was being abused by Asian men. The police responded that there was nothing they could do because she had consented. I'm sorry, she's a fucking minor. She cannot consent. What the fuck are you talking about? Police were called on multiple occasions regarding the abuse of Taylor and her friends, but they consistently refused to take action. The only time they helped her was when a group of Asian girls called the police. Officers then returned Taylor and her friend home. Taylor believes they only intervened on that occasion because they did not want to face accusations of racism, given that the call came from Asian women. Yeah, these police fucking act up. By the age of 16, she had been introduced to many more men and was constantly harassed by them over the phone. Some men would initially appear kind and caring, leading her to believe they were in a relationship, only to lure her into situations where she would be gang raped. Yeah. When these people are kids, yeah, they're very easily manipulated. They used a combination of false kindness, violent abuse, and alcohol to coerce and control. Cars would stop in the street and demand she get in. She would be raped and then taken to the next abuser. She claims that on some nights, she was passed to as many as 10 different men, and estimates she was abused by around 100 men in total. One common tactic used by the gangs was to send taxis to pick up drunk girls late at night. The driver would pretend to stop at a shop for a drink, then drive off, leaving the girl behind. A group of men would then rescue her, only to take her to a pre-arranged house for a gang rape. A number of women also played a role in directing girls to their abusers in exchange for gifts. These women would trap the girls in properties or use violence to coerce them. Taylor has witnessed shootings and knives held to her throat and a gun held to her head. The gangs used the deaths of one of the other girls as leverage, threatening that anyone who spoke out would be next. Realizing she had to escape the abuse, Taylor made a detailed 20-page statement to the police. She provided the phone numbers of more than 100 Asian men and showed them messages in which the men threatened to rape her mother, beat her father, and burn down the family home. No investigation followed. Both her teachers at school and her GP were aware that something was seriously wrong, but did not pursue their suspicions. Fucking yikes, man. You literally get evidence and they're like, nope, don't see it. Don't see the evidence. Taylor, before they rape me, they would chant, Bismillah Hir Rahama. In the name of Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful. I don't know. Right, Mary. Mary was born in a maternity home for unmarried mothers. And grew up with her mother and grandmother. Her mother was cruel and abusive. She would deliberately make Mary cry, touch her inappropriately, and behave violently. She would go into school with split lips, black eyes, bruising, and marks over her body. She was never asked what had happened. She was not allowed to go outside, have friends, and was regularly called degrading names. Viewing her medical record as an adult, there were documented concerns from around a year old. There were notes of a rash down below with question marks recorded. There were further entries where it was described as a possible nappy rash, again with question marks. 7 years later, a doctor made a note that she was a child that should be kept an eye on. Her mother refused to discuss her situation with Mary in the room. The record showed that she had significant bowel and gynecological problems. Despite the signs of abuse, no safeguarding action was taken. Wild. From around the age of 7, Mary's mother's partner began grooming and sexually abusing her. He would bring her presents and then touch her inappropriately. Mary said to him that what he was doing was bad, and she did not like it. He told her that her mother had told him it was allowed. Her mother would ask Mary how she got on with him, demand she had thanked him properly, and would threaten to get angry if not. She was complicit, and the abuse continued for many years. Right, even some of the family members fucked him up. This is why they shouldn't. I'm surprised these people are birthing babies. Such terrible fucking people. Her mother would deliberately shame her when Mary began to menstruate. She thought she was dying, but her mother told her periods were what dirty girls had. What? She deliberately gave her sanity pads that would leak so she could shame and punish her. If she had a spot on her face, she would put a large blob of germaline on her face and tell her not to remove it, otherwise people would not know she was dirty. When she was unwell, her mother would get her partner to rub vapor rub on her chest. Her mother would soak her underwear in bleach and make her wear it, which still causes Mary discomfort to this day. Yeah, obviously. In one instance, her mother and her partner forced a bottle inside her, which was painful. Her mother would attach clothes pegs on her clitoris to see how long Mary could last. What the fuck? So it's abuse. Child abuse. Mary's mother also groomed her for others, and she had to share a bed with her. Mary was taken to another man's house by her mother's partner where she was raped. He began to traffic her to other perpetrators he knew through his work that operated like an organized group or gang. She became pregnant as a product of her abuse. On 2 occasions, her mother took her to a woman's house. There, the woman used knitting needle to perform the abortions. The woman's husband also raped her. This is fucked up. She had bottle tops open up inside of her vagina, then made to drink what was in the bottle when she was primary school aged. There were instances where she ran into members of her grooming network who would lure her to a secluded location and rape her. The abuse she experienced included extreme sexual violence and degradation. She was raped repeatedly over the years, including anal rape. She was subjected to penetration with objects. She was urinated on. Her legs were held open. She was bitten on the back, cut on the leg, and strangled. She she has lasting in. Mary attempted to end her own life at school by walking in front of a van. At college, she drank a bottle of vodka and took a box of tablets in an attempt to kill herself. The college counselor raised concerns and contacted her GP, but nothing was done. Between leaving school and joining college, and at 17, she was groomed by a 55-year-old police sergeant. There it is. See? All these people are in the same fucking circle, doing fucked up shit. Everyone's complicit, everyone's corrupt, and they're just doing human trafficking out the wazoo. He knew her background and claimed that he would catch her attacker and get justice for her. Instead, one evening, he offered to take her out of the house and raped her. He went on to rape her on another occasion. Upon becoming an adult, she went into a women's AIDS refuge for safety. They moved her to a safe location. On one occasion, her mother and partner went to the women's AIDS office, but they refused to give them information and introduced additional measures to protect Mary. While in the safe house, she miscarried a product of her mother's partner. Following this, Mary drunkenly called her mother and told her what had happened. Even after explaining who impregnated her, her mother said, "We would have loved a baby in the house." You're fucking... She went to the police in recent years and told them that she was a survivor of child sexual abuse. They told her to go away and sort her head out. Fuck? None of the perpetrators have been brought to justice. Yeah, because the police are actively protecting them. Jane. Jane grew up in a fractured household, rarely present. Her mother was addicted to drugs and alcohol, regularly using hash and cocaine during Jane's childhood. She tried to end her own life on multiple occasions and left altogether when Jane was 7. Jane's father had significant mental health issues, though until the age of 5, she describes a generally positive relationship with him. However, after meeting a new partner following the departure of Jane's mother, he became colder, more distant, and increasingly abusive. He used his hands, a slipper, and a cane to hit Jane. Jane's mother re-entered her life with a new boyfriend when Jane was 13. The boyfriend was abusive towards Jane's mother, and on one occasion raped her in front of Jane. Jesus. It was around this time that Jane's mother's drug dealer began grooming her via Facebook. He had become aware of the fact that Jane was self-harming and presented himself as a sympathetic and supportive friend. Jane, vulnerable at the time, exchanged messages with him for several months. Oof. Got manipulated. Eventually, the drug dealer began asking Jane whether he had ever smoked cigarettes, taken drugs, or had sex. During one half-term, he asked to meet with her. She agreed, and he came to Jane's father's house while Jane's father was at work. Armed with a kosh, that's like a big knife, he took her up to her bedroom and told her to strip naked. He said, "You may be 13, but you got the body of a woman," and raped her before promptly leaving. From then, the drug dealer regularly called Jane and waited outside her school for her. Jane would hide in the staff room and would tell teachers that she did not want to leave as she knew he would be waiting for her. The staff did not intervene and would force her to leave the school. The drug dealer regularly took Jane to his girlfriend's house, where he would give Jane Valium and cannabis. He would also show her the drugs he took, including heroin, methadone, and crack cocaine. The drug dealer sexually abused Jane every day apart from the weekend for several months. Jane was misdiagnosed with personality disorder at the time. He did not tell anyone about her relationship with the drug dealer until one night during an argument with their mother, who was drunk. Her mother said, "I don't know why you are like this." And Jane replied, "Because I'm being fucked by a 50-year-old man and nobody has noticed." The following day, Jane returned from school to the police at her house. The police insisted that Jane, still just 13, would need to testify in court alone against the drug dealer. Intimidated, she did not wish to face him and was not prosecuted. Following the revelation of Jane's grooming and rape by the drug dealer, Jane's father called her a whore and told her that he wished she would just hurry up and kill herself. The school accused Jane of using self-harm to manipulate her father. She was regularly placed in detention and threatened with expulsion due to falling behind with schoolwork. As a result, Jane would become increasingly disobedient and suicidal. At the age of 14, Jane began running away from school, taking drugs, and spending time with an older man than her. On one occasion, she took she took an overdose before school in an attempt to end her life. She was taken to the hospital after the staff told her she would have done it in the woods or something private if she actually wanted to die. Her father then came to the hospital and told her to try harder next time as she was wasting everyone's time. Later that day, she attempted suicide by cutting her own throat, but failed. Jane was briefly taken into care at the hospital. She was discharged after less than a month, and everybody acted like nothing had happened. Her father would not accept her back into the family home, so she was left homeless. Jane spent a short period of time staying with friends until social services was informed about her situation by her aunt. Jane refused to return home, disclosing to social services that she was being physically abused and shoved. Abused and showed them the bruises on her body. She was then briefly taken into foster care before being moved into a children's home until she was 16 years old. Jane was then moved into a semi-independent living facility for vulnerable young people. After a few months, a female at the accommodation invited Jane to what she described as a party. Moved into a semi-independent living facility for vulnerable young people. After a few hours, a female peer at the accommodation invited Jane to what she described as a party. Oh, sorry. I read that one. This peer was coercive and intimidating, and Jane did not feel able to refuse. She was taken to a block of flats in Hounslow and expected to be met with a group of people her own age. Instead, the flat was occupied by 6 or 7 Somali men. The Somalis are getting in on the fucked up shit. Jane was taken into the bathroom by the girl who had brought her there and instructed to shave. She was told that she was being sold to the men for sex. Jane did not want to participate, but complied out of fear. She was then sexually abused by one of the men and made to sleep in a small child's bed afterwards. The following morning, the girl who took Jane to the flat was paid by the men. This occurred repeatedly over a period of months, sometimes with multiple other girls present. Jane was told that she needed to gain weight to be more desirable to the men. In response, Jane began purging, which developed into a severe eating disorder. Jane was blackmailed with the threat of prison by the peer if she disclosed her exploitation to anyone. Violence and intimidation began commonplace at the semi-independent living facility. On one occasion, a young woman returned to the accommodation intoxicated and distressed, saying that she had been abducted and sexually assaulted. The staff, who were aware of that sexual exploitation was taking place on the site, but chose to do nothing about it. A lot of these institutions, they're fucking shady as right? Especially the ones in fucking UK land. Holy fuck, man. Responded by accusing her of making it up. Eventually, Jane disclosed her own sexual exploitation to accommodation staff. including the trafficking and exchange of money. She was told that was happening did not constitute trafficking, as she was over the age of 16. That's great. The police were not contacted and no action was taken. Jane was blackmailed by staff with the threat of being blamed for the exploitation of her and others if she took complaints anyway. Go. Even these institutions that are supposed to help these people, they were actively trying to trying to put them more in risk. But not fucking helping them. Holy shit. Jane's eating disorder intensified. And she began self-harming again. She was sectioned under the Mental Health Act and admitted to a psychiatric hospital. While hospitalized, she disclosed the exploitation again. Police interviews took place, but due to her being heavily medicated, Jane was treated as an unreliable witness and no further action was taken. She was also disclosed in writing what was happening to her. It was removed from her most recent social care file, but the original clearly states that she wrote a letter to them a year before she was hospitalized, and her police interview matched the letter. The letter was not acted on by the authorities. As a result of her abuse eating disorder, Jane had developed endometriosis, which has resulted in the loss of half of her uterus. Oof. Jane has since learned that her records at the semi-independent living facility had been lost or destroyed despite statutory retention requirements. Well, they fucking destroyed it because they didn't want to fucking give the case over to the police for some reason. Right? They complicitly allowed this fucking shit to happen. Purposefully. Maybe they were even getting paid by the gang members to do such things, right? Who knows? I mean, given how many of these people are fucking connected to these groups, yeah, that's shady as fuck, dude. Even into adulthood, you got yourself a big ass criminal enterprise right here. Even into adulthood, Jane has not received any closure, and attempts to get justice have been met with delays, obstructions, and re-traumatization. Jane states that she believes that children remain at risk due to the culture of silence that persists across institutions that should be caring for them. Yeah. That's supposed to be their job, but they're actively, you know, causing, right? They're enabling the crime to happen. Instead of helping it. Cut it off. Jane, I later learned that key records from the children's home were missing or destroyed. Despite statutory retention requirements, my care file from the place cannot be produced. This has obstructed accountability. Because they don't want to get caught up in it. And they're trying to sweep it under the rug. Just like the police. The end. Describes a childhood marked by extreme instability, domestic violence, fear, and from a young age, she was exposed to abuse within her family, including sexual abuse by her uncle, which severely damaged her ability to trust adults or disclose harm frequently. Frequent moves, school disruption, ADHD, bullying, and exclusions compounded her vulnerability. By the age of 14, Leanne was drawn into peer groups linked to significantly older men. These men were adult males primarily of Kurdish, Iraqi, and other Muslim backgrounds, and they operated in groups. Grooming was systematic. Alcohol, drugs, accommodation, and emotional manipulation were used to entrap her, just like all the other cases, right? Emotional manipulation, drug abuse. domestic abuse, blah blah blah, domestic violence. She was taken to various houses in Sheffield, notably Pittsmore, and other cities, where multiple girls were trafficked and sexually exploited. She was raped repeatedly, drugged, and on at least one occasion held captive and beaten for several days. She witnessed stabbings, shootings, and machete attacks, handled firearms as a child, and was forced into environments of extreme violence. At 15, Leanne became pregnant by an adult Iraqi man. She miscarried and later discovered that records had been falsified to suggest she was 16. Wow. Thereby minimizing the seriousness of the offense. So, yeah, they're right. As you can see, police officers fudging the reports purposefully. Despite repeated missing episodes, police intelligence and sexual exploitation strategy meetings safeguarding failed. A council housing department refused to assist her due to her age. Child protection plans were implemented but did not remove her from danger. Social services and police were aware she was associating with older Kurdish men and at high risk of sexual exploitation, yet intervention was weak and inconsistent. No perpetrator was prosecuted for her rape. She eventually escaped exploitation only after becoming a mother of 17 and moving away from the grooming network. As an adult, Leanne lives with chronic physical and psychological harm, including trauma-related fibromyalgia. She has never received justice. She gave her evidence to ensure that what happened is finally acknowledged and not repeated. Yeah, have you noticed all of these people's cases have not been investigated thoroughly. And none of the people who caused the crimes have not been fucking taken to jail or gone through court. They're all running around right now, probably doing more of the same shit. Police are actively enabling it too. Same as the social workers for these health facilities. I mean, occasionally they finally help, but it's already too late. They've already gone through the fucking trauma and they're forever traumatized. A little too late on that one, fucking idiots. All right. Like I said, I think I'm just gonna read half of it, and then we'll read the other half later. Because, it's already late. Man, this is a long-ass fucking read. Lily was raised in a large, loving working family in the 1970s. Her family's life was permanently destabilized when the council forced them out of their cottage to build flats. They were evicted from their home and moved into 2 council houses. This was the first time anyone in the family had lived on a council estate. After moving onto the council estate, trouble began immediately. One older boy attempted to take Lily's hand from her mother when she was 5 years old. Her mother reported it to the police, but it was treated as a joke. Years later, the same person went on to rape a 3-year-old. Holy shit! This perpetrator and his brother then began targeting the family. They harassed Lily's mother and beat her father badly. This created an atmosphere of constant fear and chaos. The police frequently attended the family home, turning over belongings and breaking possessions while investigating false accusations. Over time, Lily and her siblings were taken into care. Siblings who returned home disclosed severe abuse in children's homes, including rape, violence, humiliation. Man, their whole health, like their whole childcare system is so fucked. Like, dude, that place needs to be fucking cleaned out. Literally cleansed. Like, the police departments need to be cleansed. These social worker places need to be cleansed. And they need to implement actual fucking enforcement. Because holy shit. There's just been so many of these cases where it's just fucked up thing after fucked up thing. I'm surprised they haven't been fucking put in jail yet. Holy shit. Over time, Lily and her siblings were taken into care. Siblings who returned... oh yeah. Sorry, I already read. Lily herself was groomed and repeatedly abducted and raped by a man from the age of 6. He threatened to harm her sisters if she... Lily's sisters was sexually abused by her own social worker at age 12. Jesus! Even the social worker isn't on it. This was actively covered up by management, who pretended he was in a relationship with another social worker to deflect suspicion. He gained legal guardianship of Lily's sister and eventually married her. He was paid by the local authority, and her sister never completed her education. Lily witnessed children being selected by staff and handed over to foreign taxi drivers over many years. Yeah, like they're right. The social workers are running a human trafficking ring, right? In the children's home, Lily was violently assaulted and sexually abused by staff. Management figures dismissed or covered up the abuse. He also suffered numerous violent injuries from staff. The most serious was a head injury that resulted in lasting neurological damage. Later in adulthood, she was diagnosed with a brain aneurysm. Ugh. After returning to school with serious injuries, Lily was sent back home to her parents. At age 14, upon returning to the state, she was gang raped by older men and boys. She did not report it to the police. As an adult, Lily learned that police and council records of her abuse had been hidden for decades. Operation Marmion briefly acknowledged her account before being shut down at a senior level. She was told the perpetrators were out of jurisdiction, dead, or untraceable. That's a fucking lie. No one was held accountable. Didn't want to put in the fucking work. Lily, they would not toot the horn of the car and then a child would be taken to the front door by a staff member of the children's home. Yeah, even the healthcare workers were human trafficking. Another one. Race was raised without a father and with a mother who met her basic physical needs but was emotionally cold, neither nurturing nor affectionate. He believes this early life experience contributed to a lack of emotional security and increased vulnerability later in life. At 4 years old, she was sexually abused by a babysitter. She has no memory of the abuse and states that it does not directly trouble her emotionally. Grace's mother prevented contact with her estranged father without giving any reason, causing Grace to rebel against her. By secondary school age, her behavior deteriorated significantly. She began getting into cars with adult men who offered her cannabis, music, food, and lifts. She states that the majority of the men who groomed her were Pakistani, although some white men acted as intermediaries and assisted in grooming of girls. She was raped on multiple occasions by adult men, often while intoxicated because she had been drinking. She believes she was responsible for the abuse at 15. She believes she was in a relationship with an adult man, a situation that lasted around 5 years. During that time, she experienced domestic violence, rape, and coercive control. She reported the perpetrator to the police, wishing only to prevent other children from experiencing abuse. But, again. However, the police arrested and interviewed some of the men about Grace without consulting her in advance or assessing the potential impact on her. She felt pushed into prosecution without adequate preparation or support. She found the process abrupt and poorly explained as a consequence of the police's handling of the case. She experienced flashbacks, panic attacks, and relapse into substance misuse. Another partner was a pedophile involved in grooming gangs who sexually abused her children and others. He stalked, harassed, and threatened the family, and manipulated police investigation for years. Police repeatedly failed to seize devices, link cases, act on stalking logs, or protect her and her children. Non-molestation orders and bail conditions were breached without consequence. The cumulative impact includes severe mental illness, displacement, loss of employment, and ongoing fear. Again, still not doing a thing. If I got raped tomorrow, I would never come back to the police again because what is the point? It's just a pointless process that leaves you feeling even worse because you're either not believed or you're not taken seriously. Or they don't use the tools that they've got to investigate properly because it's too hard. No, it's because they... Honestly, it's more and more looking like, even some of the police departments are in this so-called organization, right, getting bribes or something, right? They're getting something in return by, right, not fully investigating the crimes and destroying evidence and not even reporting things either. Victoria. Victoria gave evidence as the mother of a vulnerable teenager who started at a local college in 2022. In 2023, her daughter abruptly converted to Islam. Victoria discovered Muslim clothing, a Quran, and a prayer mat hidden under her bed. Her daughter began quoting the Quran and praying 5 times a day. The sudden change coincided with a secret relationship with an Algerian Muslim student who held strong Islamic beliefs. She became disrespectful to her family and started speaking negatively about Britain. So she got manipulated and radicalized. Victoria says her daughter changed completely. The boyfriend exerted coercive control. He held her daughter's banking details via Face ID, controlled her social media, isolated her from her family, and imposed strict Islamic practices. Concerned by this, Victoria contacted the police and reported the controlling behavior and sudden conversion. The police said they would refer her daughter to social services as she was still a child. That's why. Still no help from the police, as usual. Right, any time that there's any religious feelings, they're just like, yeah, no, that's not us. Like, what the fuck? When social services visited, they learned her daughter was being made to take contraception. They also discussed the nature of her new Islamic beliefs. The social worker said she would refer to her to Women's Aid for support with the coercive and controlling relationship. Victoria asked the social worker to look into the partner's background, but the college did not respond to the social worker's inquiry. Victoria then contacted the college's safeguarding lead herself. The lead agreed it sounded like exploitation and referred the case to Prevent. The British government counter-terrorism program designed to safeguard vulnerable people from radicalization and terrorism. Yeah, but I'm guessing they didn't help at all. Her daughter's diet changed dramatically. She stopped eating bacon and ate far less than before. She spent a lot of time in and out of hospital, but never explained why to her mother. Her mental health also deteriorated severely. After meeting the man, she repeatedly attempted suicide by cutting and made desperate calls saying she would kill herself. During one emergency hospital stay, police removed her daughter from Victoria, threatened Victoria with arrest, and transported the girl to the address of her abuser's brother. That's fucking wild. Despite Victoria's explicit warnings about the danger. There, her daughter was subjected to mental and physical abuse, including strangulation, death threats, rape, and financial exploitation. Money was funneled through the abuser's brother's bank account. The man and his family racially abused her, calling her a white slag, and pressured her to drop all complaints and marry him. Prevent's involvement was catastrophically denied. The college safeguard lead initially told Victoria that referrals had been made and accepted, but later evidence showed they were sent late, incorrectly, or not at all. Arrests were delayed for months, and rape allegations were eventually dropped due to the lack of evidence after only limited phone checks. That's because they fucking did this purposefully. This is crazy. Victoria concluded that systematic failure and institutional reluctance to address Islamist-related safeguards had placed her daughter in grave danger. The local mosque where the boyfriend used to go is known for extreme radical views, and I feel that the children and young adults that are attending that mosque are being taught to go out and do in the community and to our children at schools to preach. Eleanor. Eleanor was born into a financially comfortable family, but despite this, she had a childhood marked by instability, emotional neglect, and a lack of adult protection. Her parents separated, and after moving away with her mother and 2 sisters, she lived in poor conditions and saw much less of her father. Without her extended family around her and with a mother who was emotionally distant, she was left to grow up largely on her own. Her desire for adult attention resulted in poor behavior at school. She was expelled in year 7 and placed in a pupil referral unit, which she has eventually excluded from as well. She attributes her disruptive behavior to a lack of desire and emotional capacity to engage with her education, as well as the lack of structure in her life. She was preoccupied with seeking attention, validation, and by the age of 13, she began to be groomed by older men whom she encountered locally, usually in the town center. Some were older white men, but there were also Muslim men connected to a newly opened restaurant in the area. As the grooming continued, Eleanor's behavior deteriorated significantly. She had frequent encounters with the police and was arrested often. During this time, older men gave her drugs and kept her in various houses. She believed these men were looking after her and offering her the care she craved. While this was going on, her mother was unaware of her location but did not report her missing. That's fucking, yeah, yes. Even some of the parents are just, they shouldn't have a kid because fuck them, man. Fucking depraved people. All of them. No authority intervened regarding why she was often missing, arrested, and spending significant amount of time with the dog. When she was 14, she returned home one day after being away, but no one answered the door. Eleanor climbed onto the roof of the house and managed to get inside. She discovered the house was completely empty. Her mother had thrown everything away, including childhood photographs, and personal items, and had left without telling her. She went to social services of her own volition and was instructed to go to her father. She was expected to travel to him on this train alone. She had no meaningful relationship with her father and only spoke to him occasionally. When Eleanor arrived, he made it clear that his new partner was his priority and that she and her sisters came second. His partner tried to get her onto a more stable path and back into education. but due to her previous exclusions, school repeatedly refused her. In an ethnic majority area, she was explicitly told by one school that she could not be admitted because she was an English girl and would be the only one. Damn. Well, ain't that fucking something? She was placed in a pupil referral unit, but the behavior of other students there did little to give her the sense of safety, structure, and aspiration she needed. She therefore ran away often. Frequent running away resulted in repeated arrests, and eventually social services decided she would be contained in a family setting and took her into care. While in care, she became more visible and accessible to men who were already looking for vulnerable girls, and she was once again groomed. On one occasion, some adult men approached her and offered her alcohol and a lift. She drank a small amount and quickly became unwell and lost consciousness, as they probably drugged it. When she awoke, she was aware she was inside a house that appeared to be decorated for an Asian wedding. But she lost consciousness again. When she finally awoke properly, she found herself abandoned by the side of the road, unclothed, injured, and disoriented. She managed to make it back to her children's home. However, she was not asked what happened, taken to the hospital, or had any record made of the incident in her case file. That is wild. Because they're not reporting anything purposefully. Following the incident, Eleanor went missing far more frequently. She would sleep rough in doorways, abandoned buildings, and taxis. No one at the care home asked her any questions about why this was happening. She was transferred to a different children's home, where men regularly collected girls from outside the home and sometimes came inside the building itself. The staff allowed this to happen. The men offered food, alcohol, places to stay, and a sense of belonging. But in reality, they were there to sexually exploit children. Eleanor became involved with an older man whom she believed was her boyfriend. He was involved in the drug trade. He was taken to Jersey and kept in a hotel for several days. She was not allowed to leave freely. Upon returning to the care home, no one questioned where she had been. She continued to be arrested for low-level offenses, particularly shoplifting. She was eventually placed in a young offenders institution. On one occasion, she was punched while being arrested, and this experience, among others, destroyed any trust she had in the police. From this point onwards, she saw the police as just another threat. When she was 17, Eleanor was present at a stabbing incident involving men connected to the grooming network that had been abusing her. She was not involved in the violence, but gave the victim first aid and called emergency services. She was arrested at the scene and charged under the doctrine of joint enterprise with conspiracy to commit grievous bodily harm with intent. So instead of going after the people that did the crime, they instead fucking put it on her because she was there at the scene. The case did not come to trial until 2 years later when Eleanor was an adult, and so she was tried as an adult. She was sentenced to 2 years in prison. She believes she was criminalized for circumstances that arose directly from exploitation, neglect, and systematic failure, rather than being protected from them. Following her conviction, Eleanor converted to Islam. She did not do so for theological reasons, but practical ones. As a method of survival in many environments she had experienced, Muslim girls were afforded some degree of protection relative to non-Muslims. And this goes to show you that, right, Britain always slowly turning into a fucking corrupt shithole. She felt that conversion was a way to reduce risk and make herself less vulnerable. Before serving her sentence, she became pregnant by an older man and entered into an Islamic marriage with him, believing it might provide stability and protection. She was imprisoned with her young baby, an experience she found deeply distressing. Following her release, she was subjected to domestic abuse and coercive control. This abuse was not always physical. It involved isolation, monitoring, restrictions on her behavior. and the constant erosion of her sense of self. She was controlled through fear, guilt, and religious obligation. She was not allowed independence or employment, and others were told she was mentally unwell. This further isolated. She met and remarried another man who took her to Saudi Arabia. She was entirely dependent on her husband for everything and was not allowed to leave the house without him. She felt isolated and powerless. This experience made her realize she needed to leave Islam. But she knew that apostasy carried very serious consequences, and so kept it to herself. However, she was eventually able to escape Saudi Arabia and return to the United Kingdom with her. Back in Britain, with no home, work, or money, she was raped by another man, became pregnant again, and felt forced into another marriage. Her abuse continued. She eventually escaped the situation after studying in secret and building up her sense of identity and confidence, enough to make a new life for herself. Eleanor believes much of the harm she experienced could have been avoided had institutions adequately protected her. Yeah. I mean, if you're living in Britain at this point, man, you're at a fucking loss, man. Because they're not doing a fucking thing. Children's services did not safeguard her. The education system excluded her. The police criminalized her. Right? It seems like all the UK institutions are failing as the days go on. Eleanor, I'd had friends that were Muslim girlfriends, and this never happened to them. They would be in the cars with us sometimes, but the men would treat them differently. Rachel is the mother of a daughter who died aged 12 after taking an overdose. Her daughter was joyful, creative, academically engaged child from a stable and loving home. She was, however, autistic, which made her more vulnerable to abuse and exploitation. Following the lockdown response to COVID-19, her behavior changed dramatically and she became withdrawn, depressed, and began self-harm. Rachel's daughter disclosed that she had been orally raped by a white British boy from her school. The disclosure devastated her and her family. When police eventually attended the family home, she was told it would be her word against his, that the process would take years and that it involved extensive paperwork. This interaction caused her to shut down and withdraw her complaint. The police investigation went no further. Despite assurances to the contrary, the alleged perpetrator remained in school. Safeguarding was ineffective. She was subjected to relentless bullying, including physical assault by girls linked to the perpetrator, which were filmed and shared online. Police took weeks to respond and failed to act on video evidence or threats. Rachel's daughter was abused and threatened on Snapchat and other platforms daily. The intimidation escalated when the perpetrator's adult brother attended the family home and attempted to force entry. Police advised only that the family should consider moving house. Wow. Rachel's son was assaulted at school. On the night of her death, Rachel's daughter took an overdose of colchicine, saying that she just wanted everything to stop. She suffered multiple organ failures and died days later. Even after her death, the abuse continued. Rachel believes that her daughter was failed by the police, her school, and the Crown prosecutions. She states that she was effectively murdered by institutional failure. Yeah, basically. Right, these places are these institutions are meant to protect you. They're meant to protect and serve the people, but instead they're meant to protect and serve the criminals. What the fuck? Okay. Jen's childhood was childhood was characterized by emotional neglect and lack of safety. Her emotional needs were not recognized or prioritized by the adults in her life, particularly her parents, who were absent much of the time. Within the wider family context, boundaries were blurred and inappropriate dynamics were normalized. For example, family members introduced her to drugs and alcohol around the age of 13. Jesus. Throughout secondary school, Jen was bullied, but staff did little to help despite her obvious distress. Jen. On the contrary, they contributed to her victimization. Much of the bullying stemmed from an incident in her first year in which a teacher refused to allow Jen to use the toilet, resulting in Jen wetting herself and being made to stay in the soiled clothes for the rest of the day. Yeah, that's fucked up and suspicious. The teacher faced no repercussions. That's wild. Jen began self-harming and running away from home, and the only adult she felt she could confide in committed suicide around this time. Fucking hell. Into adolescence, Jen had no stable sense of self-worth and no adults who consistently protected or advocated for her. Her self-harm worsened and she experienced suicidal thoughts, yet safeguarding responses remained absent. Jen began to believe that she was not worth protecting, and as a result became increasingly vulnerable to exploitation. At 13, adult men began contacting her online, giving her a sense of validation and belonging. That's always bad. That's always bad. Sexual conversations were common, including one man encouraging Jen to insert a knife into her vagina. What the what? At 15, offline grooming began with a group of white British men who presented themselves as sympathetic friends to the vulnerable Jen. Though she was not raped by these men, one told her that touching was okay, but we can't have intercourse until you are 16 because they were fucking... Or manipulate. Sexually. They were manipulating. Sexual gratification. At the age of 17, Jen was introduced to a gang of Iraqi Kurdish Muslim men by a friend who she now believes was herself groomed. The gang, well, I mean, yeah, if she's gonna invite you to see a bunch of Iraqi Kurdish Muslim men. The gang members, all of whom were illegal migrants, trafficked Jen to numerous towns and cities across the Midlands, where she was raped by multiple men at what were described as parties. Oh, there it is again. The parties context. On one occasion, she was anally raped in a park by one of the gang members. She was taken on drug runs and witnessed the slaughtering of a lamb in the bathroom of a house. We're doing like ritualistic shit. She described a closed and intimidating social world governed by fear, loyalty, and silence, in which racially supremacist attitudes were openly and regularly expressed. White British people were described as white trash, and white girls as English pig dogs. Oh, reminds me of Hassan, because he's the one who does pig dogs. Perpetrators insisted that children choose exploitation in Britain, and its institutions were described as soft and easy to exploit. They boasted of receiving free money from the British state, and on multiple occasions, Jen was forced to fill an asylum benefit application on their behalf. Jen witnessed intimidation, violence, trafficking, asylum fraud, sexual exploitation, including the drugging and raping of children as young as 13 and the aftermath of a gang-related murder while involved with the group, and was thus afraid to defy or disclose against this member. The gang became increasingly controlling and abusive, isolating Jen from her friends and family. Her movements, communications, and decisions were closely monitored and restricted, and any attempt to assert independence was met with threats. She suffered emotional, psychological, and sexual abuse and at 18 became pregnant as a result of rape. Jen was repeatedly told she was inferior and unclean as a non-Muslim. As you can see, all of these people have been getting raped and then getting pregnant because of the rape. To an extent. Almost all of them, except for that one person who decided to change their gender to make themselves more secure and not getting fucking harassed and. She was taken to a dark, dingy flat that had been converted into a mosque and married by a imam, in an Islamic ceremony without giving consent. The marriage was used as a mechanism to legitimize control over her, and restrictions on her behavior increased. During pregnancy, the threats intensified. Jen was told she had no right to leave or make decisions about her child because to do so would be anti-Islam. Her behavior was tightly controlled, including an instruction not to eat pork, as the father believed. It would make the baby gay. What? I guess I'm gay for eating pork? Like, what? Shit, I'm gonna eat that pork alive. Fuck, I guess I'm gay, huh? Shit. Yeah, I love my bacon. I guess I'm gay. I don't know. She was told that disclosure to the authorities would result in shame and punishment. Nevertheless, she attempted to report her situation to the police, but no action was taken. The ideological and religious dimensions of her trafficking and abuse were minimized, and her disclosures were reframed as relationship issues or cultural matters before being dismissed as exaggerated and unreliable. After the birth of her daughter, Jen's access to her child was restricted and used as a means of leverage. The father, an Iraqi illegal migrant, repeatedly took their daughter to Iraq, despite having claimed asylum in Britain on the basis that he could not safely remain there. The fuck? That's some backwards-ass shit right there. While there, she was exposed to firearms, including AK-47s. When her daughter was 3 years old, Jen contacted the police after the father threatened to take their daughter to Iraq and never bring her back. The police responded that it was a civil matter and did not intervene. Jen has not spent a single one of her daughter's birthdays with her since she was 9 years old and has had minimal contact with her for several years. Her father continues to take her to Iraq regularly. Jen now lives with complex PTSD, anxiety, depression, dissociation, periods of agoraphobia, and persistent fear and distress in relation to her daughter's safety and autonomy. These difficulties significantly impair her ability to function day to day. It gives evidence so that religiously motivated coercive abuse is properly recognized and confronted, even when doing so is politically, culturally, or socially controversial. Hey man, if they're doing a crime under the guise of religion, yeah, no, that's just the crime, plain and simple. Even in most religions, you do a crime, they fuck you up, right? So, what? The fuck are you talking about? Man, these fucking police officers and social workers, fucking hell. A lot of them need to be shit-canned and not be able to work in the same capacity they once were. They have no compassion for the young girls that are out on the streets, and they see us as slags, as white trash. English pig dogs came up a lot. Muslims don't like pigs, and they don't like dogs, so they hate dogs, they hate pigs, and they put women on the same level as. There you go. Sounds like what Hassan would say. Kate grew up in a deeply dysfunctional and unsafe household where violence, sexual abuse, and neglect were commonplace. Social services had been involved with the family since before Kate was born, primarily due to the neglect of her siblings by her parents and the behavior of her older half-brother, who was physically violent. He, along with Kate's father, sexually abused Kate from a young age, something that was not identified by social services for several years. That must have been hell. When she was around the age of 5, Kate and her 2 brothers were removed from the care of their biological parents and placed into a foster home. It was determined they could not return to their parents' custody, and they were adopted by a couple from a town around 50 miles away. Kate and her brothers settled well into their new home and family environment, and for the next 7 years, Kate's life was happy and stable, and her adopted parents provided love and support that her biological parents had failed to give. Kate's adopted parents were committed Christians, and the family attended the local church every Sunday. Much of Kate's social life outside of school revolved around church activities, including youth groups and spending time with other families within her church community. At school, she performed exceptionally well and was identified as gifted and talented. Across a range of subjects, she rarely got into trouble, and despite suffering from low self-esteem, was well regarded by teachers and peers alike. Kate maintained a limited circle of friends and directed most of her energies into her studies, which provided her with a sense of achievement, structure, and self-worth. Kate was highly ambitious, optimistic about the future. She held herself to very high standards and aspired to attend university, complete a PhD, and pursue a career in archaeology or paramedicine. She was driven by a strong sense of family and looked forward to getting married and having children of her own. Around the age of 12, Kate began to receive sex education at school. She found these lessons upsetting as, up to this point, her understanding of what had happened to her during her early childhood was very limited. Social services had failed to identify the abuse at the time, and so it had never been acknowledged, discussed, or explained to her. She entered adolescence confused about what had happened to her and without a clear understanding of healthy boundaries and inappropriate behavior. She lacked the confidence to confide in an adult, and this left her vulnerable. Kate came to realize that the abuse she had suffered at the hands of her biological father and half-brother was not normal or elite. She began to experience a growing sense of shame, fear, and self-blame, and felt a deep uncertainty about her identity, body, relationships with others. She soon began to experience suicidal thoughts. Still just 12 years old, Kate decided to take her own life one Saturday night after her family had gone to sleep. She left her home in the early hours and walked into a secluded location where she intended to commit suicide, hoping she would not be found. She paused beneath a tree to shelter from the rain, and after a while she heard a group of men approaching, and by their tone, Kate suspected that they were drunk. When they saw her, began jeering. They called her a no-homer and suggested that she could stay warm on their dicks. Kate, terrified and regretful, waited for men to pass before attempting to return home, but as she was walking, she was grabbed from behind by one of the men. Kate was overpowered by 3 men, forced to the ground. Her arms and legs were pinned, and then men took turns to orally and vaginally rape her. When it ended, the men hit her repeatedly and threatened to find her, kill her, and harm her loved ones if she ever told anyone what had happened. So violent was the assault, Kate's clothes were left blood. Traumatized, she walked across the town to her family's church, knowing that her parents would be there in a few hours. She sat on the porch and cried for several hours before deciding to return home. While she was walking, both a van and taxi stopped to ask if she was okay, and given her disheveled appearance and visible distress, she replied that she was. When she arrived home, she hid her blood-stained clothes and went to sleep. Kate did not disclose the assault to anyone, and her mental and physical health rapidly deteriorated. She began self-harming, and her suicidal thoughts intensified. She attempted to take her own life on multiple occasions over the following months and was admitted to hospital many times as a... She started getting bullied at school. Concern for her welfare escalated, but Kate resisted every attempt by her parents and teachers to intervene. She was assigned a child and adolescent mental health service practitioner by the local authority, with whom she started regular counseling sessions. But Kate did not find this either effective or helpful, and she continued to keep the assault hidden. The professionals concluded that her deteriorating health was linked to her early life trauma. Later that year, Kate received a message on social media from one of the abusers. To this day, Kate does not know how they found her. The message was a video of the assault, and they threatened to share it with Kate's friends and family if she did not comply with their demand. Kate feared that if they did so, the bullying would worsen and she would get into trouble. Once again, she did not disclose the incident anymore, and believing she could resolve the blackmail, she went to meet them. Ugh, bad choice. Yeah, as you can see, all these people make bad choices. Traumatized. Later that year, Kate received She was instructed to come to a house in the local town center. She was taken inside and all three abusers were present. They proceeded to rape her again, this time making it clear that she was being filmed. Following this, they told Kate that she now worked for them and was expected to do what she was told, for otherwise the footage would be leaked. She was given a phone and told always to remain contactable. So they gave her a burner phone so that they can do illegal activity. In the period that followed, Kate was required to meet with two chief abusers frequently. They introduced her to other men in their network, and she was repeatedly subjected by them as well as sexual abuse. Kate was also forced to participate in webcam abuse sessions, which generated revenue for the abuse. If the live stream did not generate what they considered to be satisfactory amount of money, Kate was punished. The constant shifting of expectations was used as a method of control. Kate gradually became more open with her counselor, though she still did not disclose the full extent what was happening to her. She began to refer the initial assault as the event. They soon worked out that she had been raped, though they did not suspect ongoing abuse. They shared their concerns with Kate's parents, and almost a year after the initial assault, Kate's mother confronted her about the suspicion that she had. Kate's father and the social services professionals had formed. Kate confirmed to her mother that she had been raped. Soon after the disclosure, Kate was taken into a sexual assault rape center for further counseling. The SARC therapist encouraged Kate to report the initial assault to the police. Kate hoped that doing so would lead to an intervention that would stop the ongoing, but was too frightened to name the perpetrator, fearing reprisals from the gang. Nevertheless, she reported the assault to the police, providing them as much information as possible, and was brought in for questioning. The police station Kate was taken into the interview room before the interview began, and without Kate's mother present, Kate was told that this was her last chance to say that her report was untrue. She was warned that if any part of the account could not be supported by evidence, she could and would be arrested. For an extended period of time, both officers repeatedly told her how much trouble she would be in if any detail of her statement was disproved, and that she could withdraw the allegations before the interview started. So even then, right, she tried to report it, and now the police are like, yeah, I think you're lying, you think you're doing something. As you can see, even the police are suspicious as fuck. For the consequence, they also suggested that her parents would be relieved if she has said the incident had not happened. Still just 12 years old and already deeply traumatized, Kate became overwhelmed by the pressure she felt the officers placing on her, and said what she believed they wanted to hear her to say that the rape had not taken place. This interaction occurred before the recording began, and as a result, the formal interview did not reflect the coercion that took place. Yeah, the police are being manipulative. Kate felt unable to disclose anything further, including the abuse that was ongoing at the time. Because she felt she was not being believed or taken seriously, the police report recorded the incident as a withdrawal of the complaint. Following this experience, Kate again attempted to take her own life. Shortly afterwards, Kate's mother found content in Kate's diary describing the rape. She encouraged Kate to speak to the police again, but Kate explained that the police had previously pressured her to withdraw her complaint. Nevertheless, Kate returned to the police station and this time completed the... Some weeks later, Kate's parents discovered sexually explicit messages in her phone between Kate and several adult men, including sexual photographs. These were reported to the police, but it was concluded that Kate was engaging with these men consensually, despite being just 13. I'm sorry. They're saying that kids can consent to this shit. Yeah, I guess UK is forever fucked, right? Still afraid of retribution from the gang. Denied all knowledge of these exchanges and was not questioned further. Over the course of the following year, Kate went missing on numerous occasions, including during school hours and late at night, because she was messing with the gang still. She alleges that no record was made of her absence. The gang was blackmailing her into doing what they called jobs. Sexual abuse by gang members and their associates, for which the gang received payment. These included webcamming, gang rapes, parties, cop nights, and red rooms. Kate was raped multiple times a week, sometimes 2 to 4 times a day. During the time, Kate encountered another girl whom the gang was exploiting. Kate, then 14, suspected that the girl was younger than her. On the night that they met, Kate had been instructed to meet 2 of the gang members in a secluded location late at night. When Kate arrived, they were holding the girl tightly around the neck. One of the gang members told Kate that the girl was being broken in that night, and that the men she would be serving were particularly brutal. Kate attempted to intervene, telling the gang members that she would take on the jobs instead. In response, the gang members beat and raped her. Kate went on to work with this girl on numerous occasions, and they became very close. Throughout the first half of the year, the exploitation intensified and Kate made another attempt to take her own life. Shortly afterwards, she entered into a relationship with a relative of one of the gang members, leading to a temporary pause in the abuse. The relationship lasted for almost a year, but when it came to an end, the exploitation resumed almost immediately. Later that year, Kate, then 16, experienced the most significant missing episode to date. During this incident, the gang trafficked Kate to a town far from her home, where she was restrained and raped repeatedly on a canal boat, including, she alleges, by a police officer. At one point, Kate tried to escape but was caught, and the gang beat her and cut off much of her hair as punishment. Kate attempted to escape a second time and was successful. She reached a nearby house and knocked for help. The woman who lived there took Kate in and gave her clothes, as Kate's own clothes had been badly damaged by the abusers and she was partially naked. The woman called the police, who attended the property. The woman attempted to remove the rope that remained around Kate's wrist, but was instructed by the police to leave them in place as they were considered evidence. Kate was hesitant to speak to the police, given both the recent alleged abuse by a serving officer and the wider context of threats, coercive control, and physical and sexual violence that she had been experiencing. Nevertheless, she disclosed what had happened on the canal boat, but not the historic exploitation, fearing reprisals to the police. So she didn't say that she didn't say she saw the police officer rape a police officer. She also did not report that she had been raped by a police officer. The investigation did not progress, and the police accused Kate of lying about the exploitation. This represented a turning point in Kate's dealings with the police, as thereafter felt that she could not turn to them for help, fearing that she would not be believed. As you can see, yeah, police officer. Yep, UK police. And they are the scum of the earth. All of them. Allowing this shit to happen, all of them. Scum of the earth. Depraved human being. Kate was placed on child protection plan by a local authority. By the local authority, she shared a diary with one of the social workers containing details about the sexual abuse she had been suffering, though once again she was not believed. During this period, Kate was diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder. Well, I mean, you have the social workers and police to blame for that one. Soon after, Kate alleges that she was raped in a hotel by a man she believed to be a doctor. The police were called to the hotel as the staff were concerned that she was a prostitute. When the police arrived, she was found alone and naked in the room, having been left there by the abuser and instructed to wait for more men to arrive. At this point, both Kate's family and the professionals involved in her care began to express frustration with what they perceived to be her lifestyle choices. They did not believe, well, I mean, it's because she never she never told them about what actually. So they think she kept taking them on for a ride and shit. They did not believe that she was being exploited and instead assumed that she, still 16, was willingly meeting adult men. The misinterpretation of Kate's situation. It's not a misinterpretation. Just she had low self-esteem, so she could not bring herself to fucking talk about it. This misinterpretation of Kate's institution had profound impact on how professionals responded to her in the following months and years. Because they believed her behavior was voluntary, subsequent incidents such as unexplained absences, being found in hotels, receiving inappropriate messages, or associating with adult men were treated as matters of personal choice rather than indicators of ongoing exploitation. As a result, these events were not treated as safeguarding concerns, instead of exploring the possibility that she was being coerced or controlled. Professionals increasingly framed the issue as one of behavioral difficulty, risk-taking, and non-compliance. The perspective Kate alleges influenced decision-making across the agency's referrals were closed prematurely. Safeguarding meetings did not lead to protective action, and disclosures or partial disclosures were not pursued with the seriousness she felt they required. The assumption that she was engaged in consensual activity meant that professionals did not intervene effectively, even when the circumstances strongly indicated exploitation. The perspective reinforced her isolation, reduced her ability to seek help, ultimately allowed the exploitation to continue in it. On one occasion around this time, concerns were raised at Kate's school. She was escorted to an office where the assistant head teacher, the designated safeguard lead, a PCSO, a police officer, her social worker, and the school nurse and her head of year were present. They prevented her from leaving the room and pressed her for names and details about the individuals involved in the... At that time, due to fear, coercion, and the threats she felt she was under, she did not feel safe or able to provide the information they were requesting. Instead, she provided the nicknames of some of the individuals involved. Kate was visibly shaken and repeatedly asked to leave, explaining that she would be in significant danger if she revealed further information. After the meeting concluded, Kate was allowed to leave, but no protective measures were put in place. She was not supervised, safeguarded, or provided with any immediate safety planning. Despite indicators of fear and coercion, she was permitted to return home and continue her usual. No follow-up action was taken to monitor her well-being in the days that followed. After the meeting at the school, Kate's abusers made it clear that they knew she had spoken to the police. They told her that they were aware of every time she spoke to the police, as they had people on the inside, yes. Yep, it's a whole criminal organization in the institutes, right, in the school system, the police system, the social healthcare system, right, the social worker healthcare system. Yep, they're all working together to fuck people up. They accused her of snitching, telling her that she would pay for it. Shortly afterwards, she was taken to a remote wooden location. The young girl whom Kate had met before was also present. Initially, Kate believed they had been taken there for another job, The men then subjugated the girl to extreme sexual and physical violence while Kate was forcibly restrained and made to witness what happened. Kate alleges that the girl was then murdered in front of her. Following the incident, Kate reports that the abusers used what had happened as a direct and ongoing threat to ensure Kate. They repeatedly told her that the murder had occurred because she had spoken to the police and insisted that it was her fault. This message was delivered consistently and became a essential part of their coercive control. They made it clear that the same thing could happen to Kate or to others if she ever disclosed anything again. On another occasion, Kate reports that she was taken from her local church at a Sunday morning service. She was taken to a nearby city an hour away to do jobs. She alleges that she was raped in the car on the way to the city. She eventually managed to get away from the perpetrators, but they followed and caught up with her and dragged her off a canal path and raped her. After the perpetrators left, Kate left this structure and attempted to walk back along the canal path. She was visibly injured, distressed, and her clothing was damaged. A group of men who were fishing nearby saw her in the state and contacted the police. Emergency services attended and she was taken to the hospital for medical. Kate reports that no effective safeguarding measures were put in place following this incident. When Kate turned 17, she joined a local college. This transition created a significant change in her routine. She had more independence, fewer supervised hours, and less direct oversight from adults compared with her previous school. This increased her vulnerability as the individuals exploiting her were able to take advantage of her additional freedom and reduce monitoring associated with college life. Kate's parents found it increasingly difficult to keep her safe and was placed on the edge of care services under the age of 18. She stayed at the care home 2 nights a week as a respite care for her family. During this period, she reports that she was trafficked by the gang into London. While there, she was subjected to repeated sexual exploitation. At one point, she managed to contact the care home and inform them of her location. A colleague provided guidance over the phone and directed Kate to a place where she could remain safe until help. The police attended and collected her from the location. She disclosed the exploitation that had occurred, and on this occasion, the officers took her account seriously and responded with what she felt was appropriate concern. They advised that she should not return immediately to her local area due to the risks to her safety. However, Kate's local authority did not agree with this, and instead she be returned home. Staff from the care home traveled to London to collect her and return her to the placement. During this period, a retired police officer became aware of Kate's situation through a mutual connection. A friend got in touch with him on Kate's behalf, and he got in touch with Kate. He traveled to meet her in person next morning and came to her college. He expressed an intention to support her and stated that he believed he could assist, but explained that due to her age, she would need to lease with my allocated social worker before taking any action. Kate's social worker declined to engage with him. The situation quickly became confusing and overwhelming for Kate. The lack of cooperation from professionals combined with the ongoing exploitation and her deterioration mental health led to a significant emotional crisis. Kate became extremely distressed and expressed intentions to end her life while at college. As a result, she was sectioned under the Mental Health Act and taken for assessment. Shortly after the incident, Kate was taken again by the individuals exploiting her. They told her that she knew she had spoken to the police. She was removed from college and taken to a red room setting. Another girl, Meg, was also present. During this incident, Kate alleges that she was forced to witness extreme violence that resulted in Meg losing her life. This, she says, was done deliberately, and the perpetrators made it clear that this was a direct consequence of their belief that she had disclosed information to the police after her sectioning. Before Kate was due to start university, she reported that she was taken to London during the Notting Hill Carnival and made to engage in street-based sex work. At one point, Kate found the nearest police officer and attempted to explain that she was not safe, that she had been trafficked, and that she was worried her abusers would find her. They confirmed that she had been reported as a missing person and contacted Kate's father, who told the officers that she was lying and refused to come and collect her. Holy. The officers then transported her to a police station. When she arrived, she was told that she could not remain there and that because of her father had declined to collect her, she would need to leave the station. The safeguarding measures were put in place and no safeguarding measures were put in place, and she feared that the individuals exploiting her would find her again. She felt entirely abandoned by the adults and professionals who have kept her safe, and overwhelmed and distressed again, attempted to take her own life. Soon after she started university, a goal she wanted to achieve as thought it would be a route out of the abuse. However, the increased independence and reduced oversight associated with university life create new opportunities for the individuals abusing her to extend the exploitation beyond Kate's local area. This, she reports, marked the point at which her trafficking became national in scope, with the abuse occurring across multiple regions of Britain. Over the course of this academic year, Kate alleges that she was regularly taken to a range of cities across Britain. These movements were frequent, often unplanned, and carried out with little notice, making it impossible for her to establish any stability or predictability in her daily life. The level of violence during this period increased significantly. My injuries became more frequent and more visible. On several occasions, Kate's university lecturers and friends noticed bruises and other marks which reflected the severity and regularity of the abuse. Despite these indicators of harm, no effective safeguarding and intervention. Time and time again, they choose not to fucking help. On the occasion Kate was taken by her abusers from the area close to the university, they told her that she was in trouble because she had not been available for jobs due to recent hospital admissions. She was transported to a remote location and held in a caravan for approximately 9 days. During this period, she reports that she was subjected to repeated sexual violence, severe physical assault, and sustained torture, including being raped by a dog as the men placed bets on whether it would penetrate her vagina or her anus, filmed and forced to re-watch the footage. This was the most extreme and prolonged incident she experienced and represented a significant escalation in the level of hurt over. The duration, isolation, and intensity of the abuse during this period had a lasting and profound impact on her physical and psychological life. Over the following year, Kate went missing for several extended periods and was subjected to continuous trafficking and rape across the country. When the COVID-19 lockdown began, her day-to-day movements and university activities were restricted in line with national guidance. However, the individuals controlling her exploitation continued to expect her to attend jobs throughout this period. The lockdown did not reduce the level of contact or demand placed. Following this period, the trafficking began to reduce gradually. Kate received a positive, conclusive grounds decision through the National Referral Mechanism, confirming that she was a victim of trafficking and exploitation. The grooming behaviors to which Kate was subjected did not follow the boyfriend model, or grooming tactics that are often associated with children's sexual activity. Instead, the abuse she experienced was based primarily on, obviously, blackmail, coercion, and from the outset, the individuals involved used fear, intimidation, and control rather than affection or persuasion to entrap and exploit her. The demographics of the men abusing Kate were mixed. First group of trafficked, first it was British people. White British, or from Gypsy Roma, and traveler background. As she got older, was trafficked more widely, the primary abuser demographics were Pakistani, Bangladesh, and Bengali Muslim. The other victims she encountered were almost exclusively white British. Kate was repeatedly subject to racially and religiously motivated, and being white was repeatedly used as a justification for the abuse to minimize, dismiss the harm being inflicted. Kate was verbally attacked and demeaned because of her religion, including being mocked for wearing a cross and being told that her Christian faith offered no protection. The abusers regularly suggested that her God had abandoned her. Comments were constantly made suggesting that white girls and Christian girls were viewed as having degraded moral character or lower value, whereas Muslim girls were described by some of the men as having dignity and higher moral standing. Kate has participated in the inquiry because she feels a personal responsibility to speak up for the many girls across the country who are unable to do so, and to help ensure that the realities of this form of exploitation are understood, and that meaningful change can be achieved. The system that could have protected Kate did not recognize the risk, did not respond effectively when concerns were raised, and in some cases she feels contributed to the harm by dismissing or disbelieving. For powerful testimony sourced from beyond our hearing, the appendix. Comment. Kate. Comments were constantly made suggesting that white girls and Christian girls were viewed as having fewer morals or lower value, whereas Muslim girls were described by some of the men as having dignity and higher moral standing. These comparisons were used to justify the way I was treated and to further humiliate and control me. I was also subjected to religiously charged comments designed to shame and dehumanize me, including statements implying that God had abandoned me or would reject me because of what had been done to me. Okay, now we start getting into whistleblower testimony. So we just heard about some cases from the victim, or the stories that they went through. So now we're gonna hear from social workers, probably police officers. Here we go. Whistleblower testimony. Whistleblowers who tried to expose the rape gangs were systematically silenced, discredited, and punished. On occasion, their careers and reputations were also tarnished. Social care professionals, campaigners, and public activists who raised evidence of still ongoing grooming, trafficking, financial abuse of children, care, and institutional cover-ups face suspension, defamation proceedings, dawn raids, asset freezes, fabricated charges, gagging bail conditions, and career-ending isolation. Authorities assured them that full investigations had taken place when none had occurred and records were... Senior officers and elected members acknowledged concerns as credible yet took no remedial action. The state did not merely ignore whistleblowers, punish them to protect the gangs and own reputation. We wish to correct for that, so we invited these whistleblowers to our inquiry. Below are some of their testimony. A social worker. So they're gonna redact these people's names. They were getting backlash, being blackmailed to not say anything. Our whistleblower social worker is an experienced children's social care professional with nearly 4 decades of service. Her specialist work focused on leaving care service and safeguarding highly vulnerable young people. In February 2018, she raised extensive whistleblowing disclosures concerning financial young people, misuse of public funds, unlawful sanctions, illegal evictions, racism towards children in care, and systematic failures to safeguard against sexual and criminal activity. He was assured that a comprehensive investigation would occur. In the event, responses were delayed, fragmented, and opaque. Basically. Or giving no information. Or fucking destroyed information. Senior officers later acknowledged that financial abuse was likely, but claimed proof was impossible due to missing records. She was informed that shredders had been purchased at units and that records may have been destroyed. Despite this, the disclosure was deemed reviewed without her ever having been injured. That's why. She described repeated safeguarding failure witnessed while she was interim co-manager of semi-independent units, including children with severe mental health needs, placed unsafely, repeated missing episodes, untreated exploitation, and delayed police or mental health. Her evidence illustrates escalating harm, including self-harm, sexual exploitation, criminal exploitation, unlawful housing practices. You should add on to the institutions enabling a crime. A lot of these people are fucking enabling it. Right? The people who didn't help the victims. Christ, man. After raising these concerns, she experienced retaliation, including removal of payments, suspension based on unfounded allegations, and professional isolation. Senior leadership and elected members repeatedly failed to engage meaningfully with her concerns. He concludes that the local council prioritized reputational and financial consideration over child, leaving ongoing risks. Well, because they know... They're scared because they know they have corrupt police. As soon as the corruption is unveiled, yeah, they're gonna have a fucking shitstorm. Caven Vines, Rotherham campaigner. Caven compiled multi-agency records from 2003 onwards. These showed that police councils and MPs knew about unorganized grooming by Pakistani Muslim gangs years before any public admission. Vines engaged with national media and provided evidence to senior officials. He states that one of the interviews in which he partook, namely with Sky News, was misrepresented, which led to defamation proceedings that rendered him bankrupt and ruined much of his life. He alleges perjury by MPs and failure by police to investigate. The pattern demonstrates that early whistleblowing on institutional awareness produced retaliation rather than protection. Tommy Robinson, national activist. Tommy Robinson documented grooming patterns after the exploitation of a close female relative at age 14. He heard hundreds of similar accounts from families across England. When he formed the English Defence League and spoke publicly, South Yorkshire police allegedly subjected him to repeated arrests and dawn raids on his family homes. He reportedly also faced fabricated charges, asset freezes, and threats that forced repeated relocations. The state treated public whistleblowing on the ethnic and religious pattern of gangs as more dangerous than the gangs themselves. Hey, you're going to jail because you're talking too much. That's literally what they did. Oh, you're talking too much. You're revealing too much information. Sorry, you're going to jail, buddy. What the fuck? Corrupt fucking pigs. After Robinson repeatedly detailed the scale of Muslim grooming gangs across Britain, the state responded with targeted legal action that, in effect, silenced him. In May 2018, he live-streamed outside Leeds Crown Court while defendants in a major grooming gang trial were entering the building. He was immediately arrested for breaching the peace and charged with contempt of court for violating reporting restrictions that protected the defendants. He was sentenced to 13 months in prison on the same day. Although released after 2 months on appeal, the case was reheard, and in July 2019, he was resentenced to 9 months imprisonment. This sentence combined 6 months for the lead's offense with 3 months of breaking an earlier suspended contempt order related to a similar incident at Canterbury Crown Court in 2017. The timing and nature of these prosecutions to many suggest clear retaliation. Robinson had been one of the most high-profile voices highlighting the grooming gang scandal at a time when authorities in Rotherham, Rockdale, and elsewhere were still denying its existence or suppressing evidence. Oh no, yeah, they were suppressing and destroying evidence. Oh yeah. And they were also blaming victims, right? They were coercing and manipulating victims too. No, fuck them. You put these people in jail, these fucking faggots. Instead of investigating the gangs he identified, the state focused on its resources on imprisoning the man who had drawn public attention to them. Well, because right? Because some of the police officers are, right, complicit, or they're working with the criminal organizations doing these things, right? I mean, why else would they fucking protect them so much? At this point, they're protecting them. They're criminals themselves by protecting these fucking criminals. The contempt charges ensured that his reporting on ongoing trials was criminalized while the grooming networks continued to operate. There is a prima facie case that the repeated use of that courts against Robinson was not about fair justice, but about punishing one of the individuals who forced the grooming gang scandal into the open long before official institutions were willing to act. Fred is a father and information technology specialist with approximately 6 years' experience in child protection work. His involvement began after his own daughters were groomed offline by a former partner of their mother. His eldest daughter recognized the risk and disclosed the situation, enabling Fred to intervene promptly and protect his children. This experience prompted him to join an online child protection team. For around 2 years, Fred worked as a decoy, posing as a child online, to identify adults seeking to groom and sexually exploit children. He was exposed to highly disturbing sexual communication, which had a severe psychological impact and eventually led him to step back from decoy duty. Leveraging his professional background, Fred shifted his focus to developing tools for digital tracking, perpetrator identification, forensic evidence gathering. His work is designed to produce court-ready evidence. He also collaborated with multiple British child protection teams and interfaced with various police forces, including specialist online child protection units. To date, Fred has assisted in the identification, tracking, and reporting of nearly 1,300 suspected child abuse or child sexual predators or child pedophiles. Child sexual predators. These cases have resulted in arrests, prosecutions, and conviction. At least 4 cases involved attempted child trafficking. He has also identified and provided technical data leading to the shutdown of approximately 30 deep web servers, hosting large volumes of CSAM. Fred has observed that many offenders are repeat perpetrators, with some convicted multiple times. In his view, rehabilitation is ineffective for this category of offender. Yeah, you might as well just keep them in jail or fucking hang them. Right, give them the good old fucking wood chipper, you know. That wood chipper needs to be oiled with the blood of these fucking pieces of sorry. Fred has observed many offenders are repeat ineffective category offender. Current sentencing practices frequently fail to act as a deterrent, which some individuals receive only community orders despite strong evidence against them. Yeah, I know, that's crazy, right? A fucking slap on the wrist, eh? Soft on crime shit. Man, I bet UK has more of an issue with soft on crime than the United States. Given what the fuck is happening here. Holy shit. Probably 250,000 plus victims by these grooming gangs. Because they're running a fucking criminal enterprise of human trafficking and, right, domestic violence and abuse and shit. And drugging kids and shit. Fred believes that online grooming could be substantially reduced or eliminated through existing technology and artificial intelligence. Yeah, you're not wrong. Such systems could detect grooming behaviors in real time based on established models. I mean, keywords. Looking for certain keywords and, hey, this seems a little suspicious. A recurring pattern in the case of Fred has supported is that the vast majority of suspects initiate contact with decoys, suggesting they are actively targeting multiple children. He highlighted one specific case on one platform involving an individual who presented publicly as a Quran and Arabic tutor, linked to a mosque and teaching center at 2 universities. Well, that's a... Extensive digital evidence, including chat logs, IP data, and location information, was submitted to the police. Despite this, the individual appeared to leave Britain shortly after, later resurfacing in the country and abroad while the investigation remained open. Fred expressed concern about the lack of apparent action in this case despite strong evidence. It's because they're trying to protect that fucking piece of shit. That's why. The corruption. And noted subsequent cyber attacks on his systems originating from the Middle East. Fred has faced direct personal threats, including a life threat from a serious repeat offender with prior convictions for abduction, torture, and rape. Fred provided this testimony to highlight the scale of online grooming technology, opportunities for prevention, and systematic gaps that allow perpetrators to continue offending. Here it is, the demographics and the culture. Uh-oh. Allah Akbar. I go boom. Yeah, your stupidity is gonna get you fucking in jail. Yeah. Yeah, no, your Allah Akbar is not gonna help you when you get in fucking jail, huh? Or get hung. Perpetrators from Pakistani Muslim and other Muslim backgrounds formed the core of the rape gangs nationwide. They operated under a honor and shame clan code that treated non-Muslim girls, especially white working-class girls, as property available for sexual use because these girls had no male protectors who could retaliate. The men began by showering the girls with attention, gifts, alcohol, and drugs. This then escalated to coercion, gang rape, and trafficking. They transported victims across towns, shared them with friends and family, and sometimes forced conversions to Islam, followed by religious marriages, and then doing mutilation, using and trying to torture them. The Muslim men justified the abuse by describing white British girls as trash or morally inferior. The same networks targeted Sikh girls until Sikh communities mobilized collective male protection and forced the gangs to withdraw. British girls were not permitted such a defense. This religiously framed exploitation was repeated in every major town and city and beyond. Britain has seen a series of high-profile convictions for organized group-based child sexual exploitation, commonly referred to as grooming gang. However, the number of convictions amount only to a small proportion of the men who carried out the crimes. In cases where perpetrators of Pakistani heritage were named publicly in court, records or reports their news have consistently been Muslim in character according to the 2021 consensus. For England and Wales, around 93% of individuals identifying as Pakistani by ethnicity also identified as Muslim, with only about 1% following another religion. The reminder having no faith. Researchers Peter McLaughlin and Easy Meat 2016 compiled a comprehensive list of grooming gang convictions from 1997 to 2018 with updates and subsequent analysis. Drawing from published court outcomes, his examination of names indicated that approximately 87% of those convicted bore distinctively Muslim names, which was a figure echoed in related analysis for far exceeding the Muslim proportion, around 6%. So around 6% of the Muslim population that is migrating, immigrating to these countries, approximately 87% of them are committing a lot of fucking crime. Yikes. The majority of these convicted groups consisted entirely of men from Muslim backgrounds. These groups are predominantly of Pakistani heritage, especially when the group exceeds 10 or more members. They're like a small little fucking gang. Small little gang militia doing criminal activity, right? The larger group size dynamic of Pakistani perpetrators is on display in major prosecutions and official reviews from locations such as Rockdale, Rotherham, Huddersfield, Oxford, Telford, and others. Other convictions have involved groups primarily composed of Muslims from non-Pakistani origins, demonstrating that the issue is not necessarily confined to one ethnic group. Mainly, right, the Middle East fucker. They have a different religion, right? They have different constitution in terms of what they do or how they rule. And they act like third world. They act like third worlders, fucking barbarians. Literally, they act like barbaric fucking animals. 2 Somali origin gangs in Bristol, a mainly African heritage gang in Banbury, 3 Iranians in Chelmsford, 3 Syrians and 1 Kuwaiti in Newcastle, 2 Turkish men in Somerset, a Romanian rape gang in Rotherham, a large Newcastle Operation Sanctuary case involving 17 men and 1 woman from diverse Muslim backgrounds, Albanian, Kurdish, Bangladeshi, Indian, Turkish, Iranian, Iraqi, Pakistani, and Eastern European heritage. Nearly all published names were Islamic. Wow, isn't that interesting? These patterns are drawn from judicial proceedings, sentencing records, official inquiries such as those in Rotherham, Rockdale, and others, and public reporting on concluded cases, recent developments including ongoing reviews and data audits, national audits, and reopened historic cases. Continue to examine the scale, characteristics, and patterns of such offending. With regard to the scale of crimes, this is reflected in conviction record, police data from relevant force areas, and audits, all of which note overrepresentation of South Asian Pakistani heritage men in certain group-based cases, while acknowledging data limitations on ethnicity nationwide. Smaller non-Muslim groups often feature different dynamics or victim profile compared with the classic multi-offender grooming model in larger operations. The term Asian has frequently applied in media, official statements, and public discourse to describe the perpetrators in grooming gang cases across Britain. This broad labeling can be misleading. Yeah, because you have the Indians, right? Because Indians are a part of Asia. Pakistan is not a part of Asia, but it's literally on the border, right? That's why they call Pakistani Asians, even though they're part of the Middle East continent structure or border, the boundary lines, whatever you want to fucking call them. The broad labeling can be misleading, however, because Britain hosts a substantial number of non-Muslim Asian populations, such as Hindus and Sikhs from India, Buddhists from Japan, and Christians from the Philippines, correct, and Vietnam. These populations have, with only very rare exceptions, had no involvement in these offenses. In fact, members of these communities have more often appeared as victims than as perpetrators in the grooming gang cases that have come to light. Dr. Ella Hill, a survivor of the Rotherham grooming gangs, and now a qualified doctor, has courageously shared her experience and reflection in multiple public forums, including testimony to the 2022 J Inquiry, a July 2020 podcast interview, and a 2018 article. Her report is entirely consistent with the evidence that was heard at Rape Gang Inquiry. Following years of repeated sexual violence, severe beatings, and attempted murder by her abusers, family members were often were forced to change their surnames and relocate to another part of the country so that she could complete her schooling and later pursue and obtain a medical degree. They have to, basically, go into like a witness right? A protective witness program because they're being targeted by a lot of fucking crazy criminals. In her accounts, Dr. Hill has consistently described the abuse as being both racially and religiously aggravated. She was explicitly told during the rapes that the attacks were happening because she was white and because she was Christian. So they're using your race and they're using your religion to degrade you, or to try and to radicalize you, to force you into into their fucking Islamic terroristic fucking ideology. She explained that she was initially groomed and then trafficked by a Pakistani Muslim boyfriend to groups of Muslim men he had repeatedly taken to various houses, flats where she was raped, physically assaulted, and tortured. Even after she tried to escape and hide, her main perpetrator tracked her down, broke into her home, and attempted to kill her on 5 separate occasions. Holy f***. She survived these attacks, but was left with extensive lacerations and bruisings. On at least 5 occasions, she approached the police, presenting medical evidence of her injuries, yet each time she was told there was nothing they could do and her evidence was not accepted. Dr. Hill has emphasized that the verbal abuse she endured was saturated with both racial and religious slurs. While being beaten, she was repeatedly called a white slag, a white whore, a white cunt, and simultaneously condemned as a non-Muslim who deserved punishment for failing to follow Islamic rules. See, they're trying to force you into a religion you don't want to be in. It's not like they're going to accept you anyways, because they're still going to fucking abuse you and try to be violent. Her abusers, she said, operated according to what she termed grooming gang ideology, under which they believed their crimes were religiously justified. In fuller detail, in her submission incorporated into Associate Professor Lisa Oakley's evidence to the 2022 J Inquiry, Dr. Hill stated, I was told that I must respect the religion. This was the first of many confusing lies that I was forced to believe. I was told that to show Muslims respect, I mustn't eat pork. Man, I love that pork. That's too fucking... That bacon is so good. I was told that Muslim girls are good and pure and stay virgins until marriage, but all white girls are slags and they all sleep with hundreds of people. I was told white girls are trash, they're all whores, They're lower than shit under your shoes. They don't obey Allah, so they deserve to be punished. Well, they don't believe in your God, but they do believe, well, if some of them are religious, right, they do believe in a God. So they deserve to be punished. They don't deserve modestly, Muslim, or, well, modestly, yeah. So they deserve to be punished. They don't dress modestly. Muslim women are pure because they cover down to their ankles. I'm sorry. That's what you're gonna say, that kind of thing? They are pure because they wear clothes down to their ankle. Ah, whatever you say, fucking weirdo. And down to their wrists. And the hem of their top comes down below their necks. Oh, I'm sorry, their knees. White girls show the curves of their bodies, so they are asking for it. They should be raped as punishment for not obeying a law. Wow, that's crazy. Kafir, non-Muslim girls are worthless. Sex with a kafir girl doesn't count as adultery. Oh, huh? Huh? No, only sex with Muslim women counts as adult. These people are fucked in the head, as you. If you're not a virgin before marriage, you should be beaten. Anytime, see, they see they're violent as fuck. Many times I was told that the Quran says if one of your wives disobeys you, beat her. I don't think that's true. I think this guy is lying. This was often quoted to me before they beat me with their hands. Uh-huh. Yeah, they made this rule up. The Quran says if one of your wives disobeys you, you can do it. You can beat her to death. People are fucking out of their mind. They believed they had a position of religious moral superiority over non-believers. They believed it was their duty to punish us, as they right. Basically they think they can, cause an uprising, right? They are saying they are the police. They are the religious moral police, and they are going to be our saviors. Apparently, they're gonna save the white man. And they're going to save the white man by ethnically cleansing the white people. By abusing, killing, torturing, blah, blah, blah. Know about this is what they were taught by their mothers. Now you're just putting words in people's mouths, you fucking weirdo. They were taught that witches in Pakistan are blonde. What does that even mean? The blondes are more evil, and they deserve worse punishment. Man, they really hate blonde people. What the fuck? That's a lot. I was told that in Islam, if a girl or woman looks at a man who isn't her brother, father, or husband, then that means she wants to have sex with... What? That's... okay, that's weird. So I was told to look at the floor when I was around Muslim men. So when I did look at a waiter in a restaurant, I was then taken away to be gang raped as punishment. I don't know that the proportion of force there. I don't know, man. That doesn't seem correct. I was told that according to their faith community, girls are old enough for sex when they start their periods at age 11. No, they're still children, and no, they still need time to grow. No. That's just a no. Many of us had to endure the sexual act of, dying. Arabic, I don't know what that fucking says. Which I'm now told is a religiously sanctioned way of molesting children according to some Islamic scriptures. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I'm pretty sure that's just a modern day stipulation they put because they're fucking sick individuals. You have to lie down on your back with your legs straight together, and they straddle you and fuck between your thighs. Very graphic. I was beaten, strangled, suffocated, and my head held underwater, tortured, kicked, and raped over 100 times. I was told that if you don't scream when you're raped, then you're consenting to the rape. I don't know how that makes sense, but you guys are fucking wacko. Right, these people are like psycho. Literally. So you should be stoned to death. I was told that Muslim girls know this because the Quran says that Aisha's silence was her consent to the marriage to Muhammad. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. That sounds like bullshit. The Muslim girls known to scream, but white girls don't. It seems like they're misinterpreting what the Quran actually says. No. I'm pretty sure the Quran doesn't even say a lot of this shit they're even saying right now. They're fucking religious zealots of fucking craziness. The Muslim girls known to scream, but white girls don't, so that's their fault then. Because they're not Muslim. Well, I don't want to be Muslim. I want to eat pork. Pork is good. When I did wear a headscarf to try to protect myself from being raped, I was told to get it off, and they raped me again. I now know that all these so-called ways to protect yourself from being raped are rape myths used to excuse perpetrators' criminal behavior. Yeah. Yeah, it just sounds like a bunch of bullshit so that they can, right, rationalize and justify why it's okay to be fucking sick people. They threatened to kill my parents if my parents tried to stop me seeing them. I was intimidated with guns and threatened with body parts being cut off with knives. When I tried to escape, I was told that I had offended their honor. So they had to spill my blood. They did this in an honor attack. All of the sexual abuse that I experienced was linked to spiritual abuse and religious abuse. Religious scriptures were used as tools of control to force me to conform to their will. I was not allowed to question these religious beliefs. Hey, man, it sounds... Man, I started... Yeah. It's starting to sound like more and more like Hassan when he's like, hey, you just believe me, bro. Just trust me, bro. You have to believe me. If not, you're just a... What? You're just a dog pig... You're a pig dog. Or whatever the were used as tool. I was not allowed to question these religious beliefs. They use their religious moral authority and self-proclaimed elitism to control me, basically. Through the use of scripture, forced confession, censorship of decision-making, requirements of secrecy and silence, isolation, excessive shaming and punishment around sexuality, and requiring unquestioning obedience. I experienced this as a deeply personal, terrifying physical, emotional, and spiritual attack. Every time they quoted scripture, it was very hard to argue with. To them, it was like I was arguing with God. To me, it was actually like I was arguing with the devil. They used their so-called religious moral authority to do the most horrific, immoral acts imaginable. Yeah. Right, and then they try to justify it by using religion. Like, dude, get the fuck out of here, you fucking weird. Religious fanatic fuckheads. Anyways, the entirely typical experience of survivors known as Sarah and Anna, both of whom were helped by the Christian Legal Center, provide further illustration of the religious elements reported some grooming gang case.